especially in the Golden Dawn, tends to be things focused on the drama, because that's what's recorded the most. That's what has people doing addresses and, you know, coming, like Westcott giving these speeches, Annie Horniman giving these speeches, because there was drama. But when things are going well, you just don't get as much documentation. You don't get these long speeches with people saying, hey, so everything's great, we're just having a good time.
Yeah, actually, I just did an interview with her on the book, and yeah, it's I haven't gotten a copy of it yet, but she seems fucking excellent. She is awesome.
Are we live?
We are live. We are in business.
We're live in media res.
Oh, hold on.
As inheritors of a dying world, we have now entered the age of multi-streaming. Yes.
All right. Yes, we are gone.
So this is awesome. Firstly, thank you all sincerely for doing this. It's fucking awesome. You three are all, you got extensive experiences in your own regard, esoterically, and exploring this magical consciousness world. So maybe we could just go around and do some introductions quick, let people know a little bit about yourselves. You can point to your channels. Why don't you go ahead, RC?
Frater RC, host of Magic Without Fears, the Hermetic podcast, and organizer of events and conferences and retreats now through the Arcane Research Society. Like Enochian, which is coming up. We've got Ike Baker coming in person. We might even have Eleftheria there in person this year, along with a host of other great people. Happy to be here and excited to talk about Hermeticism with all of you.
And how about you, Ike?
Ike Baker, how you doing? I host the Arcanum YouTube channel and podcasts. I wrote Formless Fire, Etheric Magic, got a new book coming out with Inner Traditions this year called Esoteric Mythology. What else? I've been doing the Golden Dawn for a while, like these guys. I'm the imperator of the Asheville, North Carolina temple of HOGD under the Ciceros, and I'm a Masonic historian. So happy to be here. This can be a lot of fun.
And Eleftheria, how about yourself?
Yeah, hi all. I'm Frater Eleftheria. I contribute to the YouTube channel Lifting the Lamp, and I have been an initiate of a few different orders over the years. I was previously in the Ordo Templi Orientis as well as the AA, the Argentium Astrum. No longer am, more of a solitary practitioner, but Enochian magic is a big part of my magical practice, and I'll be releasing a book later this year with some of the angelic communications that I had as a result of those magical workings that I did. And I'm also quite outspoken on the UAP issue these days as well. So that's me.
Beautiful. And Sky Mathis, Philosophical Minds podcast, as well as co-host of the Etherica podcast with Ike here. And that's about it for me. So excellent.
Practitioner.
Oh, hold on one second. I just got
That was
some
my
audio. Okay.
That was me.
So, that was you. Okay. When, like I said, when it comes to the deeper questions of consciousness, and it's kind of like the Wild West out there right now. So I just feel fortunate to have the ability to engage with you three, because you all have extensive and unique experiences with all this stuff, and have all given me the time of day to inquire and ask things and learn things from you. So don't take it for granted. Much appreciation. I've got a handful of questions to kind of throw out and stir the conversation. So hopefully it flows smoothly. And then for the listeners, if you guys feel compelled, your questions are welcome, and we'll try our best to address them. So if you guys are in the chats, feel free to throw out whatever you want and see what we can get to. But yeah, so before we kind of got going here, we were discussing a sort of dehumanization campaign, if you will, in relation to dark magic, which we didn't really plan on or intend to talk about, but I do think it's interesting because one of my opening questions, I was going to ask a little bit about just the current status of things astrologically. You know, I get these newsletters from Mark Stavish, and I'm just like, oh shit, I gotta pack up and head for the hills and stock up on food every time I read them. But yeah, so I want to ask, I'll just pose it to you, Ike, first, if you want to get us started here. A little bit of your thoughts around this thing going on.
Yeah, ask the Southerner, right? Ask the homesteader.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, specifically concerning astrological stuff, I mean, there's a lot going on. The main thing that I am kind of on the lookout for right now, I don't normally work with, right? Because this is a time where there's going to be a lot of changes in population, world order. Obviously, we understand that. You don't have to look up to the stars to be able to tell that, because it's already happening in real time under our noses. But I don't really work with the outer planets, but I am right. It's just I do much more of a classical thing, and I feel like sometimes when they're inserted into the Kabbalistic scheme that I work for, specifically Golden Dawn magic, it's this awkward kind of shoehorn. Now, I have looked at some of the outer planet stuff, and the main thing that I guess I'm preparing for is I believe Neptune's ingress into Aries, right? So the main issue that we had, right, it's coming out of Pisces, and it kind of creating this subcurrent, right? This depth in the collective psyche. And, you know, Pisces is known for kind of the intuitive sort of side and divinatory side. And what have we seen? We've seen in the past 10 years or so, maybe more. I haven't really been online for longer than that. So, but we've seen this emergence of, you know, the witchy culture and occultism and tarot cards kind of rising, bubbling to the mainstream, along with a lot of other, you know, other sort of identity sentiments in the collective. The thing about, you know, it and ingressing officially into Aries is that we know the significations for that zodiac sign, and it's, you know, horns down, spear and shield type of shit. So that to me, we're already seeing that even people that were formerly like espousing pacifism and disarmament are now ready to pick up arms. We're seeing a lot of that stuff. So that for me is something that I'm keeping my eye on, because everything else I have managed to, between magic and lifestyle adjustments, moving out of major cities and learning how to grow my own food and do my own thing and be, you know, I'm financially independent from the stuff that I do here. I have students and stuff. I'm able to manage my life. But if you know, the worst case scenario is if things get like explosive. And so that's kind of where I'm having a peak. Now, I'm also a big proponent of the you know, there is a deterministic component to to reality. There's also free will. So I'm not a complete fatalist. I'm not like freaking out about it. It's just something I'm keeping my eye on. And, you know, of course you asked the question. So this was the thing that was at the top of my head.
Beautiful. Anything to add to that, RC?
Yeah, apropos of all that, in an hour, the sun goes into Aquarius, the rarest and obviously best sign in the zodiac. And right now also Mercury is trine to Uranus, which in the modern astrology would rule Aquarius along with Saturn. So it's definitely, I think we're definitely in for an interesting night tonight here. I don't know how long or how deep we're going to go. Yeah, is this a long one?
I say we aim for a couple hours or so and see what happens.
Yeah, sometimes I settle in for a long chat, and then it's like, all right, it's been 50 minutes, we're done. And I'm like, oh, I should have said everything I wanted to say, I guess, sooner. But
I've seen you do
rather
like
than-
5 hours. You do some crazy.
I did one that was just 6 hours and something, but that wasn't my choice. Like, that was the
That's
guest.
insane.
That was the guest. And the synergy. Yeah. Well, after 3 hours, we broke out some scotch, and we had been in the same order in the 2001, 2002, and now he's runs a book publishing company in Edinburgh.
Oh, wow.
Does his own things, I assume, on
Yeah.
the side. But yeah. You have to watch that one if you haven't watched that one. I mean, he
I'll carve out a
knows
day.
he knows a lot about Freemasonry, and yeah, I can't say any more than that, but
And so Eleftheria, you're talking about some craziness going on there in Australia, and what about your thoughts on all this?
Well, in terms of the astrological stuff, I mean, I'm not, I don't know too much about the specifics, but I, have seen that there's a lot of interesting placements that are happening, particularly the outer planets shifting into new signs, which, usually applies to an entire generation or period of history. But one thing that's interesting is the astrological year of the Chinese zodiac, and how on the 16th of Feb, we're going to move from a snake year to a horse year. And so the snake year is all about shedding the old skin. The snake is very much, even in Western esotericism, a symbol of death and rebirth. So, but very much a year of hold-ups and delays and feeling like you're going through a kind of spiritual death for a lot of people. But then 2026 is from 16 Feb is the year when it's kind of all systems go. We've shed the old now. We're ready, for the new to flourish. So hopefully we'll see that reflected in our lives and in world affairs in 2026. Because although I think there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world right now, it's only January and we've already seen the foundations of lots of tyrannies shaking. So fingers crossed for more of that, and preferably no nuclear side to that, but a bit more power.
Yeah, ideally, no nuclear would be nice.
I really like the fact that you brought up the Chinese sort of astrological and the yearly sort of procession there. I think that's a good point.
Yeah, thanks.
So I heard this term, pardon my ignorance, the other day, planetary combustion. What? I don't know. I don't know.
that's what happens when you date a Gemini.
So there's two kind of things for combustion. Combust is when a planet is kind of it's close to the sun. It's definitely under the beams, so it's within 15 degrees on either side. It's not Kazemi, it's not in the heart, but it's probably, I think the orb is within 3 to 5 degrees. The planet is combust, which effectively renders it impotent, right? Because the sun is outshining it. Now, in Lily's Christian astrology, he talks about the Via Combusta, which is this little band of 30 degrees, typically between 15 degrees Scorpio and 15 degrees Libra. And anytime a planet is in that little zone, if you're asking like a horary question, cut it, wait until the planet, moves, or the moon in particular. So that's kind of this narrow little passage that some people say will really fuck with a reading, fuck with the chart. So, or particularly if it's an electional, you want to do something with like money or let's say communication, technology. If Mercury is in the Via Combusta, you want to wait to do that thing. So those are the two that I'm aware of.
I heard this question posed on Instagram the other day by Eric Purdue. I thought it was interesting, and I was wondering if any of you guys had any insight into it. It was in regards to sources on Babylonian logic for the exaltations. So he said there's a clear correlation shown in the Thema Mundi as well as Abu Mashar mentioning the logic of exaltations. But one of the things people frequently say is exaltations are of Babylonian origin. So does anybody have any source for this? Because the exaltations, whether it's connected with the Thema Mundi directly or not, the logic is definitely based around sect and aspects. And if there's a source that shows the Babylonians used the same logic, or whatever the logic would be, he says he'd be very curious. So wondering if you have any insight into that.
Not I.
Yeah, the only, I don't have any Babylonian sources, but certainly I think people like maybe Demetra George or Chris Brennan have demonstrated that the Thema Mundi in particular, right, which comes from Firmicus Maternus, that the Thema Mundi shows not only the scheme of planetary rulership and aspect doctrine, but the planetary joys. As far as Mesopotamian stuff, I have no idea. That's, to me, that's almost like prehistory. I bring people on my show that know more about that shit than I do, because it's so rare to find people who have really sunk their teeth into that stuff in Western esotericism.
Yeah, you had, what was it, Samuel David?
Yeah, Samuel David. Yeah, I had he was the one that we were talking about, the ancient Mesopotamian stuff, and he's a brilliant dude.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was curious, do we have any estimation on like the astrological cycles that were present at the incarnation of Christ, or maybe in particular at the time in which Jesus the man was baptized in the River Jordan, like what signs were going on and all that? And I heard someone say Jesus was potentially an Aries or something. I don't know. Just curious about all this stuff.
We don't have, there's no accurate dating for Christ's life. There's rough estimates of time periods. Also, like, year zero I think I heard year zero is actually +5 or -5 or something. And then the calendar changed in the Middle Ages, right? And then was he born at Easter or at December? Obviously not, probably in December. But yeah, there's just not enough data. I mean, knowledge of the historical Jesus it's there. It's more present than people who like to just be like, well, of course he never existed. It's like, well, yeah, that would be very hard to prove. But just so on the other side, it's like, yeah, there definitely was a guy named Jesus, or Josh, as Dr. Sledge likes to say, Yeshua. I'm sure his friends called him Ye.
Like Kanye.
And but there's no specific details. The discovery when I was in seminary 20 years ago of the coffin of James, brother of Jesus, that was really interesting, because that was authenticated, and so it looks like it really was the coffin of James. So my teacher was running Aramaic for the first year in 30 years that it had been taught at the seminary, and so we got to study the inscription for like a month and a half, and most of our studies revolved around understanding the history of interpretation of the meaning of the word brother in Aramaic language and context. So yeah, it was commonly used in the same way that we would call each other brothers. You'd call your drinking buddies at the pub, you might call them your brother after a few, so there was that informality of the term. It wasn't necessarily literal. But yeah, there's not that much knowledge of the historical Jesus not enough to render a astrological chart.
What about like larger cycles? Like if you say you look at like the time around,
we entered in terms of the astrology that everybody likes to quote, right? Is that according to the precession of the equinoxes, we arrived in the age of Pisces, which is, Pisces. Which is, that sort of the almost retrograde motion of the equinox, of the ecliptic, so that over certain epochs, long periods of time, I don't know the exact number, at the vernal equinox, this particular sign is at 0 degrees and rising over the eastern horizon. And that changes over the course of long swaths of time. And that's the one that like everybody likes to say, right? Because the Vesica Pisces is associated with him, and Ichthys, the Greek title for him, Ichthys, right? Like having to do with fish. And the fact that he fed people with fish and bread, and he collected his disciples were many of them were fishermen. He refers to himself as a fisher of man and that kind of thing. So people will point to that. To me, it's a little theosophical for my taste. But if you're asking and you need an answer, then that's kind of it. But I agree with my wizard pal over here that anytime people try and make those really hard and fast things that you would normally hear on like a radio show about, Bigfoot and DMT and shit like that, where they're saying like Jesus was an Aries, man, and he wore Nikes. It just don't even listen to it. Like change the channel.
Yeah,
in fairness, go ahead,
sorry.
Eleftheria. Go ahead.
Yeah,
brother.
I was just going to say, I've seen one thing where there's people who say that there was a great conjunction of Venus and Jupiter in 6 or 4 BC or something, and it was in Pisces, and that was the Christmas star. But that again, that's pure speculation.
So like the Christmas star, would you like the Star of Bethlehem? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
There was an
curious
interesting
that was historically recorded. So I don't know.
Yeah, there was something astronomical that happened at the time. I think that's pretty well known. I can't remember the details, but there was something that could have played the role. One or two things that could have played the role of that guiding star.
Could have been a UFO.
That is a popular theory these days.
We'll get into it. So I wanted to see, I think I've asked questions probably to you, Ike, and URC around this sort of thing, but if you could help elaborate on the discrepancy. There was like a schism between the Western and Eastern Orthodoxy. I don't know if it was related to like the Nicene Creed, but there was a divide, and one school was, I think they're saying the Holy Spirit descends from the Father and the Son, and the other believes that the Holy Spirit descends only from the Father. It's like the Filioque clause or something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Filioque controversy is not a very big deal insofar when it comes to why the Eastern and Western churches split.
Oh,
And I think it was 1155 and 1154. And I can't remember which side did it first, but essentially, the Bishop of Rome wanted to be Pope. And the Eastern Orthodox bishops, the Eastern bishops said, well, we're happy with you being first among equals. Mm-hmm. And he's like, no, that's not good enough. I got to be the only guy on the, on the stage riser with ultimate authority. That's a more accurate issue. And so then one side excommunicated the other, and the other side excommunicated them, and now they're all getting back together again with opening up potential communion once more. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I have heard certain Orthodox people, but now it's like weird. Everybody's Orthodox now. It's like when I was growing up, my Greek family, the Greek side of my family, they were all Orthodox. Now I'm, and that was a very insular and exclusive community, and now it's just like I meet the like whitest people, that look like they came off the Mayflower, and they're like, we're Orthodox, and I'm like, how? But I've heard some rumblings about like, yeah, well, the Orthodox call it the Filioque heresy. So it's not the reason they split, but I would say that's one of the things I think standing in the way of a major reconciliation. But I think also that it's like fucking splitting hairs, right? It's like this very petty thing. I don't think it's, well, what do I know, right? Because I'm not a priest in an Orthodox lineage, but maybe that nuanced theology does really matter to some of those folk. But I find it to be just like splitting hairs at that point. But yeah,
I heard them
Hermes
called-
Trismegistus.
I heard them called orthobros. I love that. It's like the broicism, orthobros. I mean, I think it's mainly the result of, you know, the dissolution of cultural structures, leading to people craving structure and discipline and a path forward in life. Since, you know, there's so many paths forward in life that have been eroded, especially for the younger generations, though honestly it impacts all of us here. We're all of an age impacted by that. The only people who aren't are generally much older, or at least, you know, bought a house before 2008. I think that'll be a deciding thing. Did you buy a house, or before 2012 really? Because if they were down a few years, you know, if you either did or you didn't, that's, at least where I live, that's a big issue. I know other places are different, but yeah, the lack of structure and guidance in life, the lack of a sense of purpose and meaning, I think that's what's sending people to extreme, you know, more rigid forms of religion. I don't want to call actually orthodoxy more rigid or extreme, but it kind of is. I mean, a bunch of the hardcore evangelicals I knew in seminary who were so evangelical they had to go to a different seminary at the university, one where you had to, like, you know, sign a piece of paper that said you condemn homosexuality and stuff, one of those schools. And so I lived in a house, intentional community, really just cheap student housing for a while with them. And I was the only one who went to the liberal seminary, but they had just come back. Some of them had just come back from a trip to Mount Athos, and they were, you know, really excited to tell me all about that. But the one thing that shocked them, because they consider themselves such true Christians, was when they talked to the monks there, and they're like, the monks were asked them, "So are you Orthodox?" And they're like, "No, I'm you know, Foursquare or whatever the form of evangelical Protestantism they refer to it. I don't know all the special terms they use, nor the handshakes and code words."
What's
But they're
Mount
like, it's a big mountain with a monastery on it, right?
Yeah,
It's
it's a community of Greek Orthodox monks that went to live in monastic asceticism. No women are allowed on the island because it's or in that area. I believe it's a mountain. It's a mountainous island. I've never been to Athos, but it's like more people are becoming aware of it. It was like a hermitage that only, like, you know, the Greeks in Greece knew about, and maybe some of the people here, because you can't. There's nothing to do there, you know. So it's becoming more well known, Athos, but it's legendary, and it's been there for a really long time.
So the monks were like, "Oh, you're not Orthodox. That's too bad." And they were like, "Why? We believe in Jesus. What's the difference?" And the monk said, "Well, if you're not Orthodox, you're going to hell." They just couldn't believe what they were hearing. I mean, and these are people who regularly would tell other people they're going to hell because they're that kind of evangelical that does that a lot. But they couldn't believe what they were hearing from these Orthodox monks in Greece, being told that how could they go to hell? Like, we speak in tongues and, you know, condemn the gays. Why would we go to hell? For a whole different set of reasons then. Yeah, it's so to some extent I think it's fair to call those more extreme forms of Christianity than others.
I would agree with that. And that's why it's so surprising to me that there has been widespread acceptance of you know, converts from all. My experience with the Orthodox Church is that it at least in the 90s in New York and Baltimore, it was very ethnocentric, and that was almost a requirement. You know, if you couldn't speak the Greek language, you know, they'd kind of be like, "What are you doing here?" You know, so and you didn't have to know ancient Greek, but certainly, of course, now I'm talking about the Greek Orthodox. I don't have any experience with Russian Orthodox, but they really do live a life, even when you're not. The more religious laity in Orthodoxy, even though they're not, you know, they're not like monastic or anything like that. Obviously, they're laity, but they do live in with an intense sense of solemnity and an intense sense of the presence of sin impinging upon them from the exterior world. So I would agree. It's probably a more extreme form for most people, especially Westerners from America, Canada, and that kind of stuff. But I'm interested to hear what Eleftheria has to like. You and I, you're the only one that I don't really know very well. I'm looking forward to getting to know you more.
Likewise, yeah.
But I'm interested. Like, do you have a relationship to Christianity, either mystical or Rosicrucian? How does this look for you?
Yeah, well, the answer to that is, well, I'd say that I've got a relationship to Christ, not necessarily Christianity in any of the forms that it exists today, but I've certainly got a history with Christianity. So I was raised a Catholic. So you're talking about who is and isn't going to hell. Well, according to the Protestants, I belong to Mystery Babylon, the woman of abominations in the form of the church, or did. But anyway, that's what I was brought up with. So similar to Orthodox, but a lot more intellectual, not as mystical as Orthodox. I think that's a real strength that Orthodoxy has. But anyway, I eventually rejected Catholicism when I was a teenager. I went through my kind of rebellious occult stage, and then came out of the other end of that and started trying to build a relationship with Christ again, the esoteric or mystical Christ. I had some experiences which were drawing me in that direction, explored Gnosticism for a bit, and have just been exploring that side of it a lot more. Thinking about the esoteric Christ, I suppose, forms a part of the tapestry of the spiritual practices and spiritual beliefs that form my practice. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Was it you earlier that mentioned that kind of death and rebirth? I can't remember.
Yeah. The year of the snake. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's the paradigm of the Western esoteric tradition is that mystical death and rebirth, or initiatory death and rebirth. So I find, Christianity relevant. Obviously, I say this many times, like if I were to go to my home church, I was raised Catholic because my mother's Roman Catholic, my father's Greek. If I went to any of those churches, they wouldn't think, they'd tell me the same thing. You're going to hell. You read the tarot cards, you're going to hell. So, but I would say that, like, there's a major presence of that motif and that paradigm in just baked into our tradition.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the beef with Freemasonry and is it just the Catholic Church, or?
No, you can't be a Freemason be Orthodox. No. So it's just.
What is their reasoning for that?
Well, one of the things that's constantly levied against them is that Christ, the Gospels tell us that we should not make oaths, should not excessively, or the Bible itself says, do not, it could be from the Old Testament too, don't make oaths and things like this. And Freemasonry, every time you move into another degree, you take another oath. So that's one thing that they level against Freemasons. Other than that, I don't really know what the problem is, other than the fact that they always just seem to have a shepherd's crook stuck up their ass. I can't I can't say.
Well, I think they wanted to get people to join the Knights of Columbus, so they banned Masonry. Yeah.
Really?
Like, yeah. So, like, when I became a Freemason, I also became a Knight of Columbus. Of course, I went to the first initiation of both those things and never went back. Yeah, and that was more because they weren't really doing anything. They, like, with the Masonry, they didn't even contact me, and then I had to go away to Europe. And with the Knights of Columbus, I left for I didn't go back for a very shallow reason. I bought this really nice dress shirt, and then at the end of the ritual, they took this big pin and shoved it through the collar, just tearing it apart. And, like, I was a college student, so, like, I had to save up for that shirt, and they just shredded it with this. I was like, what are you doing, man? And yeah. But they were also sort of a boring and defunct organization as far as I could tell it. And they were mostly interested in throwing like dance parties for younger kids, Roman Catholic kids, with like techno music. And I was like, what is this? That was my experience, personal experience. I'm sure there's other groups. You know, all these groups are so different, region to region and lodge to lodge, right? So don't want to generalize, but yeah.
I was under the impression too, like where I grew up in New York, that the Knights of Columbus and like their little kind of like, I want to say like VFW situations throughout the neighborhood were like hangouts and like recruitment grounds for the mafia at a certain point. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but it's kind of like this legendary thing that floats in the air where I'm from. So that's interesting. Seems antithetical, but you know, they're also working in that paradigm, the mafia, right? Or at least they were. They took initiatic rituals, and they took oaths, blood oaths on saints and things like that. It's almost like a theistic Satanist. You know, it's like we're working in the same paradigm, just on the other end. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't really know. I know I have one brother that's in the Knights of Columbus and in Asheville, and he enjoys it, but it's another thing. It's another meeting, right? It's like another thing that you have to go to, another thing that you have to pay dues for. Not really interested in that kind of stuff. I mean, I even did York Rite Masonry, which is, you know, it's supposed to be a lot of fun, and you get the Templar degrees and stuff like that. And it's, you know, I just let Freemasonry be what Freemasonry is. The whole chivalric thing to me is it's a little overdone in 2026.
Yeah, somebody asks, speaking of hell, Rich 122772, speaking of hell, what is each of your conceptions of hell at this point in your journey?
I would love to take that right away.
Take it.
I agree. I heard recently N.T. Wright, who was a theologian and, you know, biblical commentator. I had to study a lot in seminary, so he's a very reliable exegete on biblical literature. And he recently pointed out something that I thought was just so timely, which is that Christians today seem to have forgotten that the message Jesus brought was not the life hereafter. Early Christians didn't even believe in the immortality of the soul. They believed in the resurrection of the physical body, right? So there's no doctrine of heaven in original Christianity, as far as we can tell. That got tacked on later, when the end didn't come and bodies didn't start rising up in Paul's lifetime, which is what they expected. And he's pointing out that, yeah, Jesus was God with us. We're meant to, as Christians, if we're Christian, meant to create heaven on earth. So that, to me, answers the hell question. Are we creating heaven or are we creating hell? I mean, obviously, it's a mixed bag and always probably will be. But, yeah, I think the focus should be on this life, not on the next.
How about you, Eleftheria?
Yeah, great question, and one which I'm also very enthusiastic to answer. Yeah, I mean, I agree with RC that in early Christianity, hell, or you know, the afterlife was not that important. That it was about establishing the kingdom of God on earth. And if you actually look at the biblical sources, they don't talk about a place where you go when you pass on, where you're going to be tormented by little devils for all of eternity in hellfire because you went to the wrong church or something. In fact, the only mention of an afterlife in the Old Testament is Sheol, which is simply a place of shadows, kind of like a shadowy, neutral kind of afterlife that the soul goes to in Jewish belief. And then what often gets described as Jesus talking about hell, or translated as such, is just, it's talking about, well, in one instance he's talking about Gehenna, which actually wasn't a metaphysical realm. It was actually a literal dumpster fire in Israel, where people threw all of their rubbish. So he was using that as a metaphor of, your life's going to be a dumpster fire if you live in sin. And then he talks about a kind of renovating fire for those who are judged by the one who's on the throne. But even there, it has the characteristics of more of the soul being purified by a renovating fire. You might even say like an alchemical fire, rather than somewhere where you get being punished for all eternity and there's kind of no take backs and no mercy. So even if you go as far as you can to accept that maybe Jesus was describing something like a hell realm, it's certainly not the place that the early church describes. And that seems to have more in common with Tartarus in Greek mythology, and seems to have been appropriated directly from that rather than anything that comes from the tradition that follows the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So those are my thoughts on hell. I think that there is a realm of spiritual darkness out there, and I think that we can be pulled down into that vibration, to use New Age language. But it's not like a black and white thing. We can pull ourselves out from that place, whatever realm we're born into, and similarly we can go back down. The big karmic game of snakes and ladders. I think that's a much more realistic view of the cosmos as far as the consequences of our actions go. So that would be my answer about hell.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say something like the experience of negative karmic consequence or something like that, but pretty short and simple. But you go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's a point that he made that I think is very apropos. For me, let me first say that I find the theology or metaphysic of the afterlife in Christianity to be one of the least developed, least satisfying, least nuanced approaches. Whereas we see a concept of hell that goes very far back. It goes as far back as the Amduat in Egypt, all right, in the procession way of the Osirion in Abydos, Egypt, which was built in the reign of Seti I. So talking a long time ago. The murals were probably added later on, but definitely before the Common Era. And you've got, if you walk the procession way from the Osirion outward, you've got on the left-hand side the Book of Gates, and on the right-hand side you have the Book of Amduat, which is what is in the Duat, what is in the afterlife. And it's stratified hierarchically or vertically, where the blessed are above, pulling the solar bark of the gods through the underworld. And as it gets further and further down the wall, you see bodies bound with their hands behind their back, their ankles tied, and they're hanging upside down, roasting in fire. So that's ancient fucking Egypt. So this whole idea that like hell didn't exist until Christianity is horseshit. But the thing is, it's very, very nuanced where he's talking about Tartarus and things like this. The Greeks believed in this. I defer to the philosophical tradition that is rooted in Platonism, right? Because where'd that come from? Well, ultimately Egypt. So there, in every afterlife mythology that is used in the foundations of that, for instance, in the afterlife myth of the Phaedo, the myth of in Book 10 of the Republic, in all of these, the first thing that happens is you get judged, and you either go to suffering and punishment, or you're rewarded. Again, these are myths. It doesn't mean that they're fake, right? Mythos in Greek, in particularly in ancient Greek, would have meant like recounting, a telling, a story. It doesn't imply that it's false, but it's very clear that like we are we have to create a symbolic narrative so that we can talk about things that we don't really have sophisticated language around. Now, in that later philosophical tradition develops into Neoplatonism, Hermetism, like the stuff that hopefully we'll get into in greater detail for this talk. But it develops into this idea that the sublunary sphere, everything under the moon, is effectively Hades, is hell. And you can see this in the Corpus Hermeticum, and you can see it in the writings of Sallustius, right, who was kind of Julian the Apostate's like apologist, his Neoplatonist in ancient Rome. Sallustius wrote a commentary called On the Gods and the Cosmos, and it's short, but it's one of the best summaries that we have. And he talks about how in there the myth of Persephone is actually, and her abduction and rape in the underworld is the story of the soul descending into incarnation. And you get that in the Platonic, right, in the whole Soma Sema paradox that you have in the Gorgias, the allegory of the cave. They call the cosmos the mausoleum of the body, and the body is the mausoleum, the tomb of the soul. So there is a component here where yes, we need to, and Christianity mirrors this, particularly things like orthodoxy. People that look at Christianity, early Christianities, like the things that we call Gnostic, but they don't have any. They don't have decades of existence and phenomenology and practice and experience in those in orthodoxy and Catholicism. They don't understand that really, like, it's all world hating. It's all denying the validity of now. Now, I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm not saying even that early Christians would agree with them. But certainly, like, this whole idea that the Gnostics are like this extreme version of Christianity, when you actually spend 20 years or you go to like Catholic school catechism like I did, or you spend time in the Orthodox Church, Catholic Church, you see that it's all kind of like it's less about immanence and it's more about transcendence. And I would say that I err on that side because it has to do with, for me, it has to do with the metaphysic of the soul, which I get from Neoplatonism. It's the fact that there is a part of your consciousness. I believe in continuity of consciousness, and I prioritize it, right? And it is said that a lot of initiation is or a lot of philosophy in its truest sense is learning how to die. What does that mean? How to live rightly is really the message. So it's not telling us to ignore what we're doing here, but it's orienting us away from the worldly, right? And in Platonism, we say that the soul is erotic. Its inherent nature is erotic. Now, I'm not talking about Showtime After Dark. I'm talking about eros, the inherent burning desire. The nature of the soul is that it's abstracted from the one. And so its desire is always to go back, but it is in a state of confoundment. It is confounded here, right? In Platonic tradition, we call that lethe. It drinks from the river of forgetfulness. And so that desire, that eros, manifests in, I want a podcast. I want a better looking spouse. I want to go to college. I want to go to seminary. I want to lose weight. I want to gain weight. I want a better job. So I want books. I want to be a magician. All this shit. We constantly want stuff. Even the Buddhists, especially the Western Buddhists, who, I'm not big fans of, but when they talk about like ridding themselves of the desire, I mean, the elephant in the room there is that's a desire. The desire to be rid of desire is a desire. So it's like trying to look at your nose at a certain point. It becomes ridiculous. But the whole trajectory of the religious component of Platonism, which manifests itself in theoria as much as it does in theorgia, right? Like the contemplative path versus the ritual path. It's all about orienting that eros upward toward the divine. And so to me, that abstraction, the further we get into materiality, the more hell-like So I'm really, that we develop this place into our experiences, the phenomenology of being here becomes a hell that we don't know we're in because we're thinking of the hell in the afterlife when really it's now. The other component, and I'll end on this, is that, again, I said I believe in the continuity of consciousness. Plotinus says that the soul, and Plato alludes to it frequently throughout the dialogues, the soul is often referred to as the virgin, Kori, the maiden. That's why they refer to it as a maiden, because it's virginal, because it's not encumbered inherently by necessity, material necessity. The soul doesn't need to eat. The soul doesn't need to sleep. The soul doesn't need to drink the way the body does. But they do say that the soul will become conditioned by its experiences in materiality. And then when it passes on into the afterlife, having developed all these intense appetites, now having no way to fulfill them, that too is an era of purgation and an era of pain, because the soul has become mistakenly more identified with the body and its appetites. And so this is a big part of their whole idea of getting out of metempsychosis, which is the transmigration of the soul and moving on to the realm of the forms, the noetic realm, whatever you want to call it. But that's kind of where I'm at with the way I think of hell. A lot of fucking words there, but I hope that people can sort of like distill what I'm trying to get at here.
I have something in line with that, if you don't mind, Sky. Some of my viewers, since we're doing a big cross cast on all our channels, which is pretty cool. My viewer Occultology here has said a few things, but they're all on topic, so this will actually function to stir the pot a bit. He says, has anyone else noticed that before Jesus Christ, angels used to hate humans, like in the Merkaba literature? Well, okay, so let me give my answers as I go through them, and then you can all respond. Merkaba literature is post-Christ, so had no impact on Christ. I think there was proto-Merkaba heck a lot stuff in Jesus and Paul's life, but it wasn't, I don't think there's any evidence that... Also, there's no evidence in the Bible that angels hated humans. Like, I know the Bible pretty well, and I don't recall ever seeing anything like that. So that's my thoughts on that. Also, people confuse, he says, New Jerusalem with heaven. I would say the New Jerusalem appearance in Revelation is the entrance of the idea of a non-physical heaven into Christianity, which is exactly why most theologians I know think the book of Revelation should not be considered canonical. There's a good reason Martin Luther wanted to exclude it from the Bible. It's as sort of unhinged as most of the pseudepigrapha and apocrypha that got excised from the Bible, and it certainly has no direct connection to the historical Jesus in anything he said. It was I think it was the latest written book of the Bible written about the fall of Rome and Nero, right? Is there other stuff thrown in there? Some prophecy, maybe. But again, it's a sketchy text. Beautiful, really great to read and enjoy, and you can have all kinds of fun with it. We have most of pop culture today, as Northrop Frye pointed out in The Great Code, is influenced by that text. But I think it mostly does show the late entrance of the idea of a non-physical soul in heaven into Christianity. He also says, most Christians don't know about the cycle of Gilgal, and that Jesus' message only makes sense if you understand Gilgal. Well, Gilgal does go back to, hundreds of years BC in the Bible, but as a place. In the way that you're referring to it, occultology, that idea didn't begin in Judaism till the Middle Ages. So Jesus would have had no familiarity with the concept of Gilgal or the transmigration of the soul in the sense that you mean at all. And that's where by understanding that, you get a much better sense of what Jesus was talking about, of the kingdom of heaven being here now, Emmanuel, right? And that does have a huge impact on theology if you think about it, right? If this life is not about being good so that you can get into heaven as opposed to hell when you die as a soul, if it's actually about making the kingdom of God or experiencing it, I would say it's about experiencing it through right relationship with God, because you can be in a state of bliss or heaven even if you're homeless on the street, if you have a powerful enough relationship with God. I wish that doesn't, that no one has to do that, but it certainly is the case. I mean, we see that demonstrated by all the monastic orders that were the penitent orders, right? All those orders of Christians who put themselves through hell physically to challenge their relationship with God and maintain that heavenly connection despite castrating themselves or, going EAA Sudomine and smacking themselves on the head, as we get in Monty Python, right? So, but I'm really glad you mentioned all that, because these are very common, what I would argue are misconceptions that lead to a very less than helpful interpretation of Christianity today, one in which this world is disposable and therefore, not treated so well. Mm-hmm. I mean, we can get away, we forgive her. It's like, oh, I'll just be forgiven so I can treat people however I want in this life. Yeah. To me, that's evil. That's the greatest evil you could commit in this world, is to see this as some sort of point system where you're just trying to be good so that you can, or get forgiven at the right time. And that's the grossest thing to me. True sin.
And if you combine that with a doctrine of salvation through faith alone, so you can be a serial killer for your whole life and not do anything to actually do the work on yourself and change yourself, and then on your deathbed say, I believe in Jesus, then that's all that you need to do.
Constantine got baptized on his deathbed because in the Bible it actually says there is no forgiveness for sin after baptism.
Yeah, you had a lot of really good points there too. I mean, and to further complicate the issue is the fact that I think there's only two Bibles that are, or two angels that are ever mentioned in the Bible, maybe three, Michael and Gabriel. Now, the term
there's angels that show up to Lot's house.
Yes, but here's the thing, right? This is the presentation that I gave at last year's Enochian.
I know.
That oftentimes they're referred to as malak, just messengers, and that title, right? The Greek term is angelos, and so that's where we get the term angel. It just means messenger, and you find that throughout the Bible as sometimes they're referred to as men. So it's not, we have this automatic boom because of the imagery and how sophisticated angelology became eventually. It was all, really probably through Pseudo-Dionysus inheriting the concept of angels and archangels as spiritual intermediaries in that capacity from some of the early Platonists. But certainly there was a less, I think, hard and fast recognition of like angel is winged being, right? Especially with the cherubim and the vision of Ezekiel, those beings are never referred to as melach. They're never they're never referred to as agili. They're never referred to as angels. So, but we have it in our heads. Again, that biblically accurate angel meme. Where it's like those things they're never referred to. They're referred to as the ophanim, right? The wheels, but they're never referred to there as angels. So I balk at I think the angelology for me that was really sophisticated took place more in ancient Iran. The Zoroastrian angelology of the that kind of thing. That stuff is quite. I can wrap my head around it more, but you probably have some things to say about that.
Well, I think the biblical theology is really well demonstrated by our own Kabbalistic framework that we use, where the choir of angels for Malchut is Ishim, and Ishim means men. It's just the plural of man, and that's makes sense then when you look at the Bible. Whenever there's an angel, it's just a man. They're just men. They're often messengers. And then there's other spiritual beings that often in later Christian theology get conflated with angels, like the Ophanim, the Cheruvim. But they're not called that in the Bible, of course. They're different kinds of spiritual creatures. There's the reference to the El Elyon and the Council of Gods, right? The Council of Elohim. I mean, there's a very, very good argument that ancient Israel was completely polytheistic and not at all monotheistic. I was listening to Irvine Finkel today, who said a lot of great stuff. What a brilliant man, national treasure. Also said a bunch of really whack shit, like until monotheism, we didn't have violence and war or conflict. He said something along those lines. I was like, you think monotheism brought war and and authoritarianism? Like no, like, you know, you had more variety of worship in pagan polytheistic culture, but like you still had to acknowledge Pharaoh as God above all gods, or Caesar as God above all gods. Like that was a de facto authoritarian monotheistic overlord that was politically installed. So anyway, he says some good things, and he says some things that are clearly influenced by modern culture a bit. But yeah.
I was listening to him yesterday, actually, talking about how he believes that the cave paintings, like in France, and these prehistoric cave paintings, he has a theory that they're the product of itinerant painters, prehistoric itinerant painters. He's like, well, they clearly would have run out of space in their own caves. So, and I was just kind of like, this guy is like the head of antiquities at like the British Museum. Like, what's going on here? I mean, who knows though, right? I practice magic. I claim to talk to angels, so I'm just as batshit crazy as he is.
It's a fun theory, yeah, that they though you would think if that were the case that we'd find a lot more paintings than we do all over the place, right? Like I was just yesterday, stepping out of the restaurant after my friend's birthday party, and I looked across the road and there was train cars on the tracks, covered, every single one of them in graffiti, right? Not a single one of them wasn't covered in graffiti. So like if these ancient artists, itinerant artists, were running out of space, you'd think that we'd find a bit more art than we do. It's pretty rare that we find art. I mean, I think it's safe to say it's rare.
Prehistoric art, yeah, absolutely.
I've got a kind of a side question off of our hell topic. I'm curious, what about this idea of eternal hell? And because I think that for me is where, like, the idea of no going back, no restoration of the soul, you're doomed to eternal damnation, and that's just it. You're done. Like, what do you guys think about this idea?
Well, eternity outside of time and space is always an interesting idea. So, like, yeah, to not stay too academic, let's talk. In my personal experience with dealing with spirits and the spirits of the dead, yeah, they experience time as space. Time space is it's a thing you move through. It's not something that is successive and chronological in the like we have in our reality. So if you're outside of that, in that fourth dimension, then what is eternity? Eternity is a moment of experience. And in extreme astral travel and spiritual ritual, like just in the ritual I was doing the other day, I was sure we had almost hit an hour. I was guiding my students through a ritual, and I was sure we had hit an hour, or we're close to it. So, I had to get some water anyway, because my voice was getting dry leading it. And I looked up, and it had been like 20 minutes. And sometimes that happens. Just so sometimes you think a ritual is actually really short, and you're like, oh, it's an hour and 45. I have to get going. So yeah, experience of time is in DMT realms. I've been to a lot of dark places there, and sometimes it does feel interminable. And I've often had the thought in those altered states, you would like almost unbearable to be there for what I know in my head is only going to be 5 minutes, 10 minutes. But I could imagine the experience being as if it's eternal. And it does feel as if it's almost eternal at that time, especially since if it's not a good experience and I don't like saying not a good experience. The experiences are what they are. You know, I can't even think about them without becoming tongue-tied because it's such a radically different experience of.
I've had a similar experience with a DMT trip in a womb in the universe, just at complete rest, and then it got really lonely, and it was like kind of disturbing. But yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Great.
It was really calm and peaceful and restful, and
yeah. No, I mean eternity. There's as RC said, eternity implies no time. So it's people that this is the mistaken thing. People think eternity is just a really, really long, infinite span of linear time. It's outside of time and space. So eternal hell doesn't really make sense to me because I personally, eternity is union with the one, and hell is separation, is being proximate rather than, or distal rather than proximate to deity. So that doesn't make sense. But in Platonic myth surrounding the afterlife, for as long as time exists, and don't forget some of these dudes, especially Aristotle, thought that the cosmos itself was eternal, meaning not outside of time but in time, and it would never end. So they said that there's one type of person that doesn't get to reincarnate and is tortured in Tartarus, and those are specifically tyrants who cause torment and injustice on a demographic scale. And those are the only people that Socrates says numerous times they go to hell forever, as long as time is concerned. So I'm not saying that I believe that, but that's it's something to think about, maybe.
Yeah, interesting.
Eleutheria.
Yeah, interesting thought there, Ike, at the end. And if there's anyone who deserves it the most, I mean, But yeah, no, I don't think there is such a thing as an eternal hell. I think that there's only one thing that is eternal, and that is the divine. Period. So, yeah, Frada, RC, and Ike have made, a lot of the points that I would make about that. The definition of hell is that you're separated from that eternity, and I would just echo that. And I mean, I think that the Upanishads do a very good job of, really putting forward the argument that the divine Brahman, as they call it, is really the only thing that is eternal. So yeah, that would be my answer to that.
Yeah. Before I don't want to miss this question. It was asked way earlier, but Craftsman 9935 says thoughts on Oriental Orthodox. I don't know anything.
Now all I can think of is like Greek food that comes with an egg roll. But talk among yourselves. I have to refill my water. I'll be back momentarily.
Sounds good.
Oriental.
Right, so,
I mean, I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Yeah. Oriental in itself is a weird term that we don't use anymore, except to refer to the time period in which we used it. Orientalism was a thing to refer to things farther than Assyria, beyond there. I like this question you have on screen. Angels that would have left God would be considered demons. And one thing I think people always got to keep in mind is like, these things are so different in different religions and different traditions and different contexts. And the idea that there's one ultimate reality in which is correct, I think, is a folly, because at best we have maps, charting a terrain we cannot confirm in this lifetime, ultimately. But speaking as a Christian and a Hermetist, angels that would have left God would be considered demons. Well, all angels are demons. Angels are daimones. They're spirits. And so if you're using demon in the sense of a spirit, of a daimone, angels are just a daimone that's a messenger spirit. And that idea seems to hold up from early Christian era all the way through the Hermetica. And I think it's quite funny, actually, that this is where you called this, I think, Sky, you titled it a Hermetic Roundtable. And so what's really interesting is we haven't actually said the word Hermetic yet once until
Hermetic.
just now.
Hermetic.
However, even though what we've been discussing a lot is, the Judeo-Christian milieu, all of the things we've said, as I've been listening and keeping track of every word you've ever said, all of you, everything we've said has actually fit very well into that Hermetic paradigm of the Hermetica. All of our interpretations fit quite well within that. We're just not explicitly saying that. So for people listening, I would like to say, yeah, we are all quite Hermetic in our interpretations if you were to compare our theologies and ideas with the original Hermetic texts.
Yeah, one of the questions I was wanting to open with is just to kind of ask, like, do you approach Hermeticism as a religion, a philosophy, an operating system, like a technology of consciousness? Like, how would you address that? Like, what is your view of Hermeticism?
Yeah, I treat Hermetic Christianity as a religion, for sure. It would be
Sorry, go ahead. No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's a simple answer for me. The Hermetists were interesting pagans who didn't seem to have much of an issue with the idea of Jesus as God, but of course no one had an issue with Jesus as God. They had an issue with his other ideas, like making the first last, and rich men not entering the kingdom of God. Yeah. They had issues with that sort of stuff. Rather, the idea of Jesus being God or a savior was like, yeah, of course, like, they wouldn't have understood the idea of him being the only God or only savior. That would have been like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I agree. Hermetism, it's to me, it's patently clear that it is a religio-philosophical tradition. There is a religious component to it. Whether you're doing kind of like the Lazarellian, as you're saying, Hermetic Christianity, or right, because there is no fundamental, like you're saying, there theologically, there's not a huge difference, right? I mean, why? Because you read the Pymander, Pimandros, the shepherd of men. Christ is called the shepherd, the good shepherd. Not only that, he's called the Logos, the mind of God. And what does Pimandros say? He says, I am Noose. I am the mind of God, and I know everything that you think. I know everything you desire. And so really it's this impulse, I think, was coming into the world. Mithraism, Hermetism, Christianity, it's a sentiment. It's an unlocking of the collective sort of spiritual, or maybe a maturation, a graduation into a certain understanding that very quickly went south, as much that humans do. It's a very fleeting moment of victory, of triumph. But Yeah, I would say Hermetism particularly is it's based on as Walter Hanegraaff very aptly puts it, altered states of knowledge, and pointing very much towards the capital G gnosis. And so how do you get there? Well, we've got some instances, right, in like Corpus Hermeticum 14, or even the Discourse on the 8th of the 9th is a really good one to see how they were doing these like ecstatic rituals while one dude prayed and the other one went out of body. So to me, that's there's kind of a religious component to that, and they always lead everything in deference to the one, the monad, right? These were I would say monists rather than monotheists. They were henotheists, where it's because it's ensconced in a Hellenistic worldview, where the ancient Egyptian and the Hellenic kind of meet, and you do see that in the pyramid texts. You get as far back as the pyramid texts. You get this idea of Atum being birthed from the waters of Nun, and he is the sole creator god. But then from him usher forth the other gods like Tefnut and Shu, and then they birth everything else, which is quite interesting. It all points to there is that component too of worship and deference to an ultimate unity.
Real quick, so are you just, when you use the term Hermetism versus Hermeticism, are they interchangeable, or do you have a differentiation between that?
I refer to Hermetism being the period of the active living tradition of what we would consider Hermeticism, the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus. I technically consider it Hermeticism up until like the beginning of the 6th century, where the Sabians of Haran kind of disappeared after that. And then there's a big gap. It goes parts east, right? The Perso-Arabic Empire has it, and a lot of those teachings, it's not exactly the same there, but then it reemerges really textually in the Middle Ages, and then of course in Europe in the Renaissance. For me, when that happens, when it reappears in Europe, then it's Hermeticism. But that's kind of verbiage that I picked up just being around certain scholars. I would say that you don't have to use that differentiation, but I find it helpful. It's because I'm neurotic.
Yeah, a lot of academics use it that way. I've also seen more recently academics start to conflate the two terms again and be what I would call sloppy with them, but as long as you know what someone's saying in the context of their article, that doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, I mean, the Hermetists are a historical community. I mean, some scholars argue that they didn't exist, of course. That's what the new Wildeberg material is going to argue, is that these texts are completely artificially compiled and don't represent any living community whatsoever. And there's going to be a continuous onslaught, I think, from the academy to push that point of view. Just like there's a continuous agenda within the academy to deconstruct all meaning and human structure for various debatable reasons.
Anti-humanism.
Yeah, there's no such thing as Anglo-Saxons anymore either. It's the latest thing to come out of the academies.
Right. Well, yeah, because we don't really exist, right, or have a homeland or origin. And someone, Occultology, said the phrase Judeo-Christianity in my chat there, and it's like, yeah, some of the nastiest things people say to me online is as a result of me using that term.
Why?
Yeah. I used that term in a discussion with Sarah Mastros. She wanted to be on some podcasts. I said, happy to have you on. She's like, well, what's your perspective? And I said that word was in it, and I summoned the great beast from within her, and an onslaught of vile anti-human nonsense. I guess I didn't realize she had so much hatred towards Christians and even aspects of Judaism, which I found very surprising since we were going to talk about her book on the Jewish Pentacles and her correcting the Hebrew in them and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I know you're a pagan, but ethnically Jewish. But I just, it's surprising, it's wild times. It's wild times, they're robbing us of the meaning of our own words. So that's why it's fun to be talking with you gentlemen who, resist that complete deconstruction of all meaning.
Yeah, otherwise, you have to, what organism would not resist its own annihilation? That's insanity. It's the definition of insanity. So, but I'm interested to hear what Eleftheria has to say about Hermeticism. How do you? I'm just not. I just opened up to like the thelemic end of the GD spectrum, and I just started having a lot of those people on. And I know that you right. It's not necessarily your path right now, but you started out that way. And a lot of us get introduced to what is called Hermetic ideas through those GD derivative orders. So I'm wondering, how do you use it practically?
Yeah, great question. So, since I decided I wasn't a Thelemite anymore, and started exploring other things, I still have been working with systems that those orders use. Which, as you pointed out, a kind of GED derivative, maybe with a little bit of yoga thrown in the case of the AA. So, so then broadly speaking, the path that I'm following is, the Western esoteric tradition, which is a whole collection of different beliefs and practices from lots of different places, and the two big influences seem to be Hermeticism / Hermetism / Neoplatonism, the Greek stuff, and then the other big influence is, of course, the Jewish stuff, and the way that those two things cross-pollinate. So, yeah, as I've been continuing to work in those kinds of traditions, I have been going deeper into the source materials, but I haven't. Although I'm very influenced by Hermetic ideas at a lot of different points, I wouldn't necessarily call myself a Hermeticist, although my views are probably very compatible with Hermetic philosophy. I identify a lot more with the Jewish mystical side of things, and that's something that I've been going into a lot deeper in the past couple of years or so. But there's a lot of overlap there.
Yeah, that's interesting. So you got to come on my podcast. I want to talk more about all this stuff with you, and really dive a little deeper. I am very interested to talk more about your particular practice. You had somebody in the comments shout you out and say, I'm here for Eleftheria. He taught me a tremendous amount about the HGA work. So, and I've seen that you put some stuff out there. So, and there's a version of that is, that's in Neoplatonism for sure. It's like, that is the personal daimon, right? That's the first intermediary towards like spiritual ascent, is coming to know your tutelary spirit, the one that guided you here and is trying desperately to get you to listen to it, while you're eating cookies and watching TV. It's just shouting at you. So that work is also, to me, I think it's Hermetic. I think it's absolutely, we have different names for it, different ways we dress it up, right? Obviously, Holy Guardian Angels more associated with the, medieval, pseudo-Kabbalistic, Renaissance era, like Abramelin stuff. But I do think that the idea in general is, it has roots in Neoplatonism. Platonism, really. That's the first time that we get the whole daimon as the tutelary spirit, really, the psychopomp.
It's on the screen. Someone says Kronos is Satan. This is the thing. Satan is different in the Book of Job and the Hebrew Bible at different periods in time. Satan is different in the early Christian church, different in the middle Christian church, and different every single few years in the Christian church. There's no one idea. So when you say a thing is a thing, it's really problematic. What do you mean by chrono? I mean, are you saying, yeah, what's that mean? And I heard someone say something interesting also, like, the second you separate Satan from God as not being a part of God, you've created a whole new dualism there, right?
Unresolvable.
That leads to a cascade of theological issues that ultimately, in my opinion, would make no sense.
Yeah.
So
and that line in from the Golden Dawn ritual, although it might, I'm pretty sure it's in the earlier versions too. It might, I keep finding out that a lot of the Stella Matutina stuff, those innovations are, I mean, they're hardwired into me, and I don't mind that. I like them, I appreciate them. But the whole the appellation of worshiping God or the One as the creator of the universe, is Lord of the Light and Lord of the Lord of the Light and Lord of the Darkness. Because then, otherwise you have this unresolvable duality. And the ancient metaphysic, and I think the metaphysic that makes sense, is that God is one, ultimately. I'm not, before you come at me about being a staunch anti-polytheist, that's not what I believe. I just believe that it's all subsumed in a one, and they did believe in this stuff. Actually, that line I found comes from the Corpus Hermeticum. Lord of the Light and of the Darkness. It's directly out of the Corpus Hermeticum. I stumbled upon it one day while I was like walking and reading in the woods, and I was like, oh shit, it really is the Hermetic Order, the Golden Dawn.
Dude, until I did Dr. Lichwa's audiobook for the Hermetica 1, right? It's one of my proudest things. If anyone hasn't heard that Hermetica 1, the Hermetica retranslated with the Nag Hammadi Coptic fragments retranslated, reordered and edited as a pathway of initiation, and I had the honor of being allowed to do the audiobook for him because I just couldn't understand. I couldn't handle the idea of someone else doing it. Plus, I really wanted to finally put my Neumann KMS 105 to use, and Ike, I think you have an understanding of that desire to use the Neumann for something so noteworthy. It was like my magic wand for that grand invocation of 65,000 words. You can get it for free on Audible, people. Go get it. And I always said before I did that, I would say to people, how hermetic is the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn? Well, probably not very. But after doing that, and after reading Lichwa's Hermetica 2, the technical Hermetica, and seeing his new translations, I was like, holy moly, like, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn is truly hermetic. Truly hermetic. It also had me walk back all my theories on Rosicrucianism. And the idea that you still see prevalent that Rosicrucianism is a form of just sort of a mystical form of Protestantism, I now totally disagree with that because it's too hermetic. Rosicrucianism is too hermetic. John Dee is too hermetic. The Monas Hieroglyphica is too hermetic. All of these things point primarily back to Hermetism and to the Hermetica texts, which is why it's so important that we all read the Kabbalion. I'm joking.
He's being sarcastic.
Hey,
Facetious. I'm not being mean because I love the Kabbalion. I have a first edition of it. I love it. It's just not hermetic.
The problem is when you see people on Joe Rogan talking about it as ancient Egyptian wisdom, like you just, because it kind of does try to pass itself off as that, in the way that it's written and the anonymity and the whole kind of assertion. You can find a lot of those concepts in in the Corpus Hermeticum, sure. I mean, dispersed throughout, but I mean, again, what'd you say, 65,000 words? You could probably find a lot of stuff in there.
And that's with him cutting out all the, nonsense astrology stuff.
Yeah.
Well, The theory is, the prevailing theory now is that was interpolated by a later redactor, a later editor, who was an astrologer making notes, and then someone, a copyist, interpolated those astrological notes into the text, because how else do you explain this beautifully written text and all of a sudden like some sentences that are like written at grade 2 level and just make no sense.
You know what's interesting though? I'm wondering your thoughts on this. What do you think about what Dr. Sledge has to say about Pedosiris as the like sort of the progenitor or prototype of Hermetism? Obviously, because he's known in the historical record as an astrologer.
I don't know. Sorry, I was still lost in thought about some other point you made about the other thing. Let me not answer your question and answer a question no one asked.
Sure.
Because the Hermetic community, as I believe they were a community, I think that's I'm gonna die on that hill. But even if you don't die on that hill, even if you accept that it was just a collection of texts put together, they were put together as a devotional pushback against what they would consider to be Hellenistic Greek philosophy jibber jabber and like hyper intellectualism. Like, no, stop it. You need to just cut the noise, pay attention to the signal, open yourself to the realities beyond the physical, and give thanks. And that's it. And then vibrate these vowel sounds while holding hands or touching each other in special ways, and eat a mystical repast composed of bread and wine and no animal meat. So yeah, there you go. L is Satan. I mean, what's up with that? I don't even know what to say with this comment that's on the screen. It's just fun stuff. Yeah.
It's been too long, man. I love talking to you. It's great fun. It's great fun. I just feel like we're kind of fucking surfing anytime like we're just jamming out like this. It's
weird to see that on the screen because that's my actual name in real life, right? So it's like, are you fucking with me? I think so. My name is Satan.
I've got a question. So like when we're talking about the Father, Son, and the Spirit, are they using the term Father as like the demiurge, or is it more like Tohen, like the one? Like what's up?
Sky, you gotta just start going to church.
In the Hermetica, the Father is the monad, is the one. The Father, like the monad's often referred to the Father, to our Lord as our Lord. I mean, you got to remember this is 300 years BC AD, so highly influenced by a host of theological developments in Egypt, Alexandria, and the Near East. Those people were familiar with. But I think the point is that they weren't too obsessed with nitpicking theological nuances. They were mainly interested in following the way of Hermes, which they saw as this way of transgressing the physical realm into the spiritual realm, like Hermes, and becoming closer to God through the cleansing of the impure and unclean daimones that fill up our body. Yes. And by purging ourselves of them, like you alchemically, as it were, because Zosomosa obviously saw there being a spiritual component to these physical, and analogous to these physical arts.
Absolutely.
That was the work, cleansing us of our own impurities so that we can become like gold.
Yeah, and a lot of that.
The best Hermetic book is the Hermetica. Go get Hermetica 1, narrated by me on Audible.
A lot of that had to do too with this concept of fire, right? Because around the same time, right, 2nd century CE or AD, whatever you like, you get the Chaldean oracles, and they talk a lot about the fire of the paternal monad, the one Father, basically the All Father, if you want to talk about it in a different verbiage, but it refers to this purifying fire, which is that formless fire. Which darts and flashes through the hidden depths of the universe, but it's generated from the the paternal monad. So yeah, I mean, it's you see it, it's diffuse, right? Because the Chaldean oracles they had much more to do with theurgy than they did necessarily directly with the Hermetic tradition. But it's all there. That's another reason why I kind of, my ass chaps when like people can't see the forest for the trees with this kind of stuff. I think it's a beautiful way of putting it. There was a Hermetic community, and I think it was in dialogue with other similar communities, religio-philosophical communities. And so I see it as a network, but that's the way my brain works. I would rather, like you said, the academy is trying to just deconstruct, chop everything into ever smaller pieces. I feel like we're at the time where we want a group of people needs to gather the pieces and begin to put them together again, you know?
Well, that's what Dr. Litwa did with Hermetica 1, and I think that was a noble task because he saw, even though he's an atheist essentially himself, he saw the spiritual value in those texts, worth enough to retranslate them all, he was the first translator to differentiate the word Noose as referring to cognition, basic lower mundane cognition, and higher consciousness. All previous translations of the Hermetica conflated Noose in the sense of cognition and higher consciousness. So no one's understood it until now, unless you read it in the original language and understood the context of that language. So that's fascinating. So yeah, go read Dr. Litwa's Hermetica 1 on Amazon. He just wrote a new introduction for it. It's up there. You can get it. I think Jesus was a magician, though the book Jesus the Magician by the theologian, what's his name, concludes that he wasn't. I mean, again, I think
Clickbait.
It's nitpicking.
Clickbait.
Nitpick. I mean, again, that goes into the whole what is the word magic refers to other people's religion. It was a pejorative.
Let me interject here. I'm seeing something in the comments. Somebody asked, has lifting the lamp, I'm assuming they mean Frater Eleftheria, discussed his opinions on masonry that anyone knows of? So yeah, that would tickle me to hear your thoughts.
I have not shared my opinion of masonry on my channel. Look, I think that it's, yeah, I mean, I think it's another esoteric order, and it gives wisdom teachings, and it certainly has influenced the initiations of the OTO. I would be considered a Royal Arch Mason in the OTO, but not recognized as one in Freemasonry. But yeah, so it's a bit contested, but yeah, there's some good teachings there. I think that Masonry gets a bit of a bad reputation because of how people see it as a way that people can network and sort of favor their friends and things, but we shouldn't kind of dismiss it, I think. I knew a couple of Freemasons when I was in the OTO, and they were great people. So yeah, but it is very secretive. It's a lot of the wisdom it passed on is through the degree structures and through the initiations. So it's not necessarily a lot of publicly available stuff about that side of it, but that's where the really interesting stuff is. That's where they teach about the temple and all of that sort of thing. But yeah, those are my passing thoughts on Freemasonry. But I think that the teachings of something like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, for me, hold a lot more appeal and a bit sexier, I suppose you could say. But not bagging Masonry, but yeah, maybe I just don't know enough about it because I haven't been in the initiations.
Yeah. Maybe.
I'm not. Am I brain farting or no? You're a Mason. You got John Michael Greer coming to be a keynote at your upcoming thing. Man,
Talking to
if I
me?
can come, don't yeah, aren't you? Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
I'm a
didn't
man.
you
You
just
know,
post?
I'm a fucking
Yeah,
man.
yeah. For a second, my brain was like, wait, is he a Mason? I was like, yeah, just short circuiting. Yeah, you've got. I'd love to come to that if I can. Yeah, I'll check out flights, man, because it would be great to come see you guys and just hang out. I know I'll see you in Austin in November for Enochian Con, but it'd be cool to just come hang out, low key.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know
chatting.
John's a Mason. A lot of people just don't know that about him.
Yeah. Well, he's a lot of things, right? He's a Golden Dawn. He's a super druid, and he's apparently a political commentator. Though that's an aspect of his life I'm not at all familiar with. I did see him when after a certain ex OTO guy called for his death. I did check out his thoughts on politics, and I was like, oh, he's giving a pagan theological analysis of Trump as a sun god and being orange skinned and all of that. And I thought that was delightful and hilarious and very literary. But I didn't get a sense at all that he was in any way some kind of like mega MAGA Christian, or not Christian, but like hyper Republican extremist or anything like that. We're certainly not worthy of calling. Well, I don't think it's ever worthy of calling for someone's death. But yeah, John Michael Greer's got very nuanced thoughts, very fun thoughts, and he's very mercurial. He's very much he seems like an elder statesman with the beard and all that, like he would have come out of Lincoln's time, but he's actually a very tricksterish character and very versatile and adept and quixotic in his thinking.
It's so incredible that you're able to glean that from him. I'm assuming you never met him in person, but I knew John before he came on the podcast. We're involved in certain orders together, not the Druid one, because I believe it or not, I belong to another Druid line. I don't know how I ended up there. It was one of those things where you just kind of get spun around by a bunch of people and you're a Druid now. But it was fun. It was great. I like it. But that is the thing about him is he's so literary in his mind, in his interior monologue, that there's this constant sort of like tongue-in-cheek, it's almost like very English in there's like this clever absurdity in a lot of the stuff that he'll come out with. But really, anytime that I see him, I spoke with him also at the Grand Lodge for the Grand Lodge of Washington DC earlier this year. We talk about magic. We talk about astrology. That's all we sat there in a fucking cigar bar and just talked about astrology. So yeah, there's a lot of sort of inflammatory things said about everybody at a certain point. And now I'm guilty by association for a lot of people, but you know what I mean? It's like the Buddha said, fuck them.
Eleftheria, I think this might be an interesting thing for you to comment on.
The Dark Angels.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a role for God in the Bible, and particularly in the Old Testament, of destruction of wickedness. So there are angels that serve that function. Abaddon, of course, is from the Book of Revelation in the New Testament. But yeah, I mean, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah was another example of that. There's actually would you call it an angel or something else? I don't know. But there's a being called the Destroyer in the Book of Exodus, who is the one who brings about the final plague in Egypt. These beings certainly are a feature. Azrael, that sounds like the angel of death that you're
I can
referring to.
address Azrael. Yeah, I actually one of my students is a rabbi, and we had a very long conversation about this before doing our last Samhain working, where we did some work with Azrael. One of the issues with Azrael, so there's two Azraels. There's Azrael, spelt with an ion And then there's Azrael, this spelt this way, but in Arabic originally, that comes out of the Arabic tradition, and that's the angel of death, the Melech Hamavet. Whereas the Azrael is the spelt with an ayin and not an aleph. Not that Azrael is spelt with an aleph. See, it gets messy fast, but appears in other early Jewish literature and magical literature. So they have different, but yeah, this spelling generally refers to the one from the Arabic tradition that is considered the same as the angel from the Exodus story and that slaughtered the innocents, or the kids, and is the angel of death. So, are they? And they're different angels. So Azrael with an ayin, Azer or Azra, I forget. But either way, the helper of God. So Azrael is the helper of God, whereas this Azrael doesn't have an original Hebrew spelling because it appears in the Arabic sources. So, yeah, how would you spell that in Hebrew? That's debatable. I like to use the Aleph Zayin Resh, Aleph Lamed spelling. But sometimes I use a different spelling. But anyway, so there's a couple Azraels, and then there's the Dogma Azrael, of course.
Yeah, that was the best character in the movie.
It was an interesting, Kevin Smith's made some interesting choices for character names. Like, I wouldn't have expected the two main angels to be like Loki and Bartholomew. It's like,
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Come on, Kevin. Kevin. What are you doing here? He's having fun. He's stoned.
Yeah, very stoned. I'm wondering to what capacity you said, Eleftheria, you said that you're a big part of your practice is Enochian. So right there, you've got a lot of angelic stuff going on. What variant, what style of the Enochian work do you do? Is it more the D stuff? Is it more Golden Dawn influence? I'm just curious.
Well, when I first started off with Enochian practice, it was very Golden Dawn influenced, because that's what was really out there at the time. When I was kind of a teenager dabbling in the occult, the sort of widely available books were drawing on the Golden Dawn system for working with the watchtowers and things like that. So that's kind of where I started off. And then as time has gone on, I've gone more towards I wouldn't say de-purist, but staying more faithful to the original system as conceived by D.N. Kelly, with some flexibility as well.
I've been thinking of a term, brother. Rather than have Golden Dawn Enochian contrasted with the Purist, which is a very radical thing, just as Golden Dawn Enochian is kind of a radical thing. What about Grimoiric Enochian versus Golden Dawn Enochian? Doesn't that fit a bit nicer? It's less rigid in terminology. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's good.
Grimoire, because it relies more on just these prayers, invocations, conjurations, rather than tracing letters and colors.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't be a D purist, because my holy table is not exactly 36 by 36 by inches, and it doesn't have yellow paint on it that was used to paint a church and things like that. But it works. But I'm looking much more these days towards the D and Kelly material, and particularly Aaron Leach, through the lens of Aaron Leach's research, which I think is fantastic. And more recently, I've been trying to look behind where some of those magical tools and parts of the Enochian system might have been inspired by, like Liber Geratis is probably where the seal of the Sigillum Deum came from, and Ars Almodel in the Key of Solomon, the Lesser Key of Solomon, is probably where the Holy Table came from. So, been exploring a bit more of that, but yeah, it's a very long-winded answer to your question. I put the D and Kelly material front and center, but I can be liberal in the way that I apply it.
I think you're in good company when you're long-winded here, because I think that's what at least the majority of us have in common here. But I like that. I like the cut of your jib, Sailor.
Thank you very much. But
Just finished Jose. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I was just thinking about how it's wild as well. Post D and Kelly, how much influence Enochian magic has actually had on the world, and I've been, that's come to light in recent months for me in terms of UFO disclosure, and how there might be an Enochian story behind the origins of that. And anyway, it's a wild and very underrated part of the Western esoteric tradition, I would say. Enochian magic, I mean.
Well, we're trying to make it more visible, aren't we? And I think it's working if you consider how many apparently Goetic impressions, the mass purveyor of magical tools and cool little knickknacks that are often quite nifty. Apparently, they've been casting a record amount of SDAs for people, and I thought that was delightful to hear. Lots of people are getting into Enochian magic, and since they're the ones casting a lot of SDAs, that means I'm going to have a lot of new inquirers to help correct, because on the back they switched the Agla letters so that they don't go clockwise, so that instead they go in a zigzag pattern, which isn't how they are in the diaries of D, according to the angels. So I shout out to Goetic impressions, homies. Maybe also make a traditional version, because a lot of people are going to be finding out that the back of their SDAs are different to how the angels describe them. Again, do I think it's the biggest deal in the world? No. I've not encountered an Enochian spirit that really gives any concern to the layout of letters or anything like that. When I asked Haganel or Karmara, when I asked one of those spirits, I was like, do you have any thoughts on, drawing them from bottom to top or left to right or right to left? And the response was so perfect and so clever. It was just sort of snide. It's just like, yeah, we can read them either way, guy. Like, what are you talking about? It's like if we were going down the road and we saw a street sign not written from right to left, but top to bottom, right? Mm-hmm. We're not like, uh-oh. We're just like, yeah, it says motel 93.
Motel 93.
That's
I'm
the horror movie we're going to write together.
Well, that's this. We really have some fantastic comments. Some say Jesus and the Antichrist are the same being, so whatever. He was the snake in the garden. I think the Ophites say that, but there's a lot of people that say a lot of shit, and most of it's wacky. So I don't know what is. It's very interesting to me. I don't often encounter an audience or a group of people that want to talk so much about Christianity. I love to talk about it, but we've really, tonight was almost a bait and switch where it's like Hermes, Jesus.
Well, apparently the intersection of our audiences is very amenable to talking about our Lord and Savior. So praise be.
Thank you. It's almost like a reverse Jehovah's Witness kind of thing where they're like, "Will you guys please talk to us about Jesus?"
Yeah, we'd like to talk to you about Hermeticism and magic and the occult, but they just want to hear about Kung Fu Christianity, which, yeah.
And the irony of all
Crowley, Aleister Crowley actually definitely considered himself a Christian his whole life up until his death. Not only that, he often considered himself a Catholic, But in the words of the great Irish writer, he probably considered himself a bad Catholic, which Brendan Behan said was the religion of all great artists.
That was pretty good. You did that Irish accent pretty okay.
I can do better if I try.
Don't.
But if I try too hard, people get upset.
I feel like you were going to say something, Eleftheria, about...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of ironic because, evangelical Christians would say, if you look into the occult, it's a deception that leads you away from Christ. And yet we're here all, practicing occultists. And there's people hearing about Christ in a positive light who might not have done so if they had gone to another occult podcast. So it's just ironic that we get lumped in with the deceivers and the devil worshippers. And now that's patently not true given this discussion tonight.
It's a good point. My initiation into the Golden Dawn culminated in the 5-6. It led me back to Christianity, whereas I had walked away and disavowed it. And then I realized, like, oh, wait a minute. This is like, people abstract the Golden Dawn and they abstract goetic magic. They take it, they decontextualize it the way we do with everything else in our modern society. Again, to RC's point, we just chop shit to pieces, almost, ad infinitum. But I think when you practice these initiatory trajectories as a whole, they lead you to what is effectively an esoteric and phenomenological familiarity with the Christian mystery, and that's hard for a lot of people to believe when they haven't. When you kind of like you started the journey and then you fucking stopped. Yeah, of course you didn't get to the paradigmatic or the quintessential sort of revelation or whatever it is, ritual. These things, the theurgic trajectories, they all culminate in some form of mystical Christianity. People just don't realize it.
What do you think about this? Dr. Robert Gilbert talks about how we combined Lucifer and Satan into one reality when they are extremes of a spectrum.
Well, it presumes that these things are a singular ontos, have singular sources. And as soon as you do something like that, you lose the original role that they played or meaning that they had. And who are we to do that to these ancient names and beings or names for realities or experiences? Who are we to simplify them by modernizing them and conflating them into each other? It seems to me to be, it's almost the opposite extreme of the absurd post-structuralism that has run rampant. And it's almost going too far the other direction of saying everything must be one thing, and all those one things are multiple things that we're putting together to simplify them for the sake of our understanding, which ultimately only serves to completely eradicate any possible plurality of experience and belief. And I don't see the use of that, the utility of that. It certainly doesn't serve, I think, any kind of flourishing of human diversity, which is in fact a strength. I'm thinking of it in terms even just on a basic genetic level, right? You got a lot of people. I heard you got a lot of people these days saying the great thing about our Western societies is that, like, everyone's segregated into their own little groups and races. This is a new idea to me. I haven't heard that idea growing up in the Western world. But now you hear this said more and more, and where I live now, it's completely legal to ban people of a certain race or skin color from a store, or to only hire people of a certain race for a job. We got Simon Fraser University is hiring 15 new tenure track professors. Only blacks are allowed to apply. Right? Wow. So like we're going into this whole new era of racial essentialism. That's scary because race really is not what we think of as. Race is actually the spectrum that people would like us to think sexuality or gender is, and sex is, And it's odd that community wouldn't embrace the actual spectrum that is race, You know, my family came over. I'm the kid of immigrants. My family fled Dublin in the Troubles in 1915, right? But I'm not Irish, really. I grew up in Canada. Culturally, I'm Canadian. When I went back to Ireland and lived there and got my ancestry status to work there for the rest of my life, I was grateful I was Canadian, because I was like, damn, these there's some good things about being raised Canadian that I see lacking in some of the folks here. No shade on my Irish ancestry. But then even more ironic, you go back into my Irish ancestry further, that family wasn't in Ireland forever. A couple hundred years earlier, they were in France. And guess where they were before France? Scotland. So, like, race is a massive spectrum. And this idea that we see happening today of racial essentialism and segregationalism is very scary to me. And very sad, because, again, you don't want genetic homogeneity. You don't want any form of homogeneity, in my opinion. Certainly not, and especially not religious homogeneity. I think if we met them, if the Hermetic communities actually in Alexandria really did exist, and we saw them today and could be a fly on the wall, we'd probably actually interpret them as interfaith communities, I think.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah, I mean, because a lot of the thing is you see all these philosophers. I mean, they come from all over the place. You know, we contextualize them in this Hellenistic milieu, but in reality, they're like, you know, from Phoenicia and they're Syrian and they're all over the place, from Sicily and all this kind of stuff. It would have certainly been I think a melting pot. I think, but to the point about Lucifer and Satan, is that shit with that gets really, really hairy for me when you start, when Steiner starts talking about it, right? And when Blavatsky start talking about it, and all these kind of frou-frou people who, you know, I've done my best with Steiner. I truly have. I gave it the old college try. I wanted to not think this guy was like 3 minutes away from being fucking Applewhite, you know, the guy who ran the Heaven's Gate cult. You know, but it's very difficult for me to read. His books always start out really solid, and then at the end you're just kind of like, how the fuck did we end up here? But he does this whole thing with the Luciferian egregore and all stuff. And to me, if you're looking at it from like more of a historical perspective, right? You get that passage in Isaiah that refers to, right, in the Septuagint translation, it's Eos Phoros to Proi, the dawn bringer of the morning. I forget exactly. Hillel is the central term in the Hebrew, and what he is referring to, if you back up and not let people on YouTube tell you what to think all the fucking time, but if you open up the book of Isaiah and you read 4 sentences before that, you realize this is an appellation of a king of Babylon that he's saying is falling. And then it comes from, right, Lucifer comes from the Vulgate translation of the Latin. And in 2 Peter, in the Vulgate, he calls Jesus Christ Lucifer, the holder of the light, the bringer of the light, the possessor of the light. So this is why I feel like I needed to become a little bit more scholastic about this stuff. Not because I need to sound like I'm smart, okay? Because really I'm an idiot. I can barely tie my shoes, but I care a lot. I care a lot about this stuff. And so getting this context was extremely helpful for me in developing the main magical power that is essential to develop if you want to do this stuff. And that is a bullshit detector. So, you know, it's important to look at this stuff also critically and not just, oh, you know, that sounds like a good idea. Especially Americans, we are addicted to just contrarianism. We love consuming information that makes us think whoa, you know, oh, it's not what I thought. It's the exact opposite. And you're having a Bill and Ted moment, you know? So it's you really got to go back to the sources and talk to people. There's tons of scholars that I reached out to, guess where? On fucking Facebook, you know, just get in touch with people. If you're sincere and you have good questions and, you know, you're not going to try and monopolize their time unjustly. You can communicate with these people. They can point you to books, point you to resources and stuff like that. Now Lucifer really gets conflated with Satan in particular by people like Augustine, who need to find an Old Testament precedent for the type of angel that Satan is described as in the book of Revelation, who attempted to take the kingdom of heaven by force and was rebuked by the Lord through the archangel Michael. So he's saying, oh, well, you've got this passage in Isaiah that says, dawn star of the morning, how far you have fallen. You are a light above every other light. And so they're saying these people are kind of using this weird ass backwards anachronistic hermeneutic to point to that passage and use it to justify what is in the book of Revelation. So it really, at the end of the day, like, everybody just needs to drop the whole Lucifer thing, please, for God's sake. I mean, I understand it as a movement. I just talked to a Luciferian, but like, that's something different. That has its own terms. It's based on a mythology. Really, I see it much more as a socio-political movement of radical self-sovereignty. It doesn't have anything to do with the Bible for me. So, I think that's an important point to keep in mind when you're going down these rabbit holes.
Amen.
I also want to say, I'm very empathetic to everyone commenting on this stuff, and everyone, like, there's a wild series of comments in my chat feed as well. I don't know if you see that,
well.
but I love that everyone is so interested and engaged in this stuff. Like, if you had told me back in 2001 when I got into seminary and decided to bail on any form of career path that my family would find at all acceptable, but don't worry, I transitioned from that to being in a band full time, so that redeemed me. Not at all, But if you were to have told, I had this inner knowing that this was so important for me to study this to a deep, deep level because it would be really important for the future. I felt that was the case against all evidence to the contrary. I mean, this was the height of the new atheist movement, right? There's no evidence that they taught us in seminary 20 years ago that we were already in a post-Christian, post-religious era. And that was probably going to be the healthiest thing for Christianity, which tends to flourish when it's a minority faith and persecuted. So take that for what it's worth. But I had a sense that this would be really important. And fast forward to today, is religion, are we post-religious? Are we a post-religious world? Or is it like the fucking main thing on everyone's tongue whether it's Iran, Palestine and Israel, mass migration, quality leering centers, you name it. Like, we're in an age where religious theological understanding and interpretation is completely definitional to even the very policies that control our day-to-day life. So when it comes to these, but I'm empathetic to people wanting to explore these terms, understand what they all really are, which necessarily leads to the dangers of conflation and totalitarian tyrannical definitions that want things to be one thing. So as far as a solution or an antidote to that confusion that necessarily derives from interpretation, I would like to offer to people the understanding that these are maps of territories that we can't fully know. At best, we can know them in part, as Paul says. Got to throw out a little Paul, my man. If people don't like Paul, a lot of people don't like Paul these days, give him another shot. Read Alain Badiou, St. Paul, and the origin, the foundation of universalism. There's some good ways to, or Dr. Sledge's video on Paul and the Hecalot and his experience of conversion through Christ through Merkava mystical practices. But if you look at all of these terms, Lucifer, Satan, Shaitan, in the different religious contexts from which they emerge, El, Baal, all these things, and even if you're putting together a new understanding of them, and the comment on screen right now, all U.S.-based Rosicrucian orders have no lineage except one smiley face. even that's a good example of this. Again, the question to me should not, the most valuable question I think people can ask is not what does this mean or what is this really, but what does it teach us? What do we get from this configuration, right? So here's the map. The territory is yet to always be discovered over and over again every time you walk it. You can walk this out. I've been a hiker because I live in British Columbia my whole life. I still hike. I love hiking. You can walk the same trail multiple times and it can be radically different. Parts of it might be washed out. Parts of it might have trees felled on it. The mountain people might have carved a path going a different way because it's become insecure. So the terrain's always changing and the map needs to adjust. So whatever your map is, whatever map you're constructing, ask yourself, what's the value of it? What does it provide to our interpretation of life? And does that put us in better relationship to the world around us? I think that's helpful when people get lost in the quagmire of what are all these different things? What do all these names mean? Are they all just floating signifiers, or are they all breadcrumbs pointing to a singular true ontos, which I don't think is the case. I mean, there is a singular reality, there's reality, but our experience of it will never be uniform and singular. It just never will be. This is a great comment on screen too. Hermetic thought. I'll just read it for you, Sky, if you don't mind. You can just keep looking pretty.
Yeah.
All right,
Hermetic thought and magic traveled through. I get it. I know your game, man. It's great. I love it. Hermetic thought and magic traveled through the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire. Lots of Greek thought is present in non-modern magic. Look at this.
Sure.
People are the idea that theology or religion would have died out by now or become a minimal aspect of our culture was so not true. My professors were wrong 20 years ago in thinking that would be the case. They were right in saying that the biggest problem 20 years from now would be anti-intellectualism. So they were right about some things, wrong about others. They didn't expect religion to be what it is today, and for theology to be on the tip of everyone's tongue, guiding their actions and formations of communities and such.
Yeah, I think what you said was an important point to kind of revisit about the we all practice, and the phenomenology of this stuff is really, I think, for me, I'll speak for myself. I think I can make an educated guess, but I prioritize that over the trying to figure things out. I will usually not retrofit, but I will find the best scaffolding, theoretical framework that kind of makes sense of what I've experienced. I'm curious to know, Eleftheria, did you, in your experience or practice, how did it evolve to the point where like you moved away from Thelema? Did you experience anything that kind of brought you these insights that have further pulled you along your very specific path?
Well, yeah, there were some things that came out of particular magical workings that I did. Well, for example, working with the Enochian angels, a lot of the things that they taught me were very much in line with a Judeo-Christian moral framework rather than a Thelemic one. And some experiences that I had even with the Abramelin material. There was one working that I did that involved the four princes of evil that kind of is detailed in the second half of that book, which I would not recommend. But what that really is about is binding the parts of our own unconscious that are, I guess, the negative side, and putting everything at the service of the angel. Just go to therapy, dude. Like, don't summon demons to try and do that stuff. But anyway, I was young and all of that sort of thing. But anyway, when I was doing that working, I had a vision of Christ and kind of a process of reconciliation there, because one of the one of the tests that those spirits were giving me was, you know, you need to let go of your hatred of God. You know, otherwise you'll never be able to bind us. Like that's a separation, that's a split in your consciousness. And so, yeah, so that was really unexpected. And yeah, I guess just a combination of that and becoming disillusioned with some of the Thelemic orders, well, just the OTO really, and questioning the whole morality behind that caused those problems, and just gradually coming to an understanding based on researching the origins of the Western esoteric tradition and the origins of Western civilization and many of the things that we have taken for granted and are now under attack, where those came from, and realizing the importance of the Christian worldview, I suppose, and the Jewish worldview as well, which is, you know, where Christianity came from as well. So it was a combination of experiences from workings that I'd done, and just becoming older and wiser, I suppose.
That's a beautiful story.
And you said there was an aspect of this compassion aspect that you had mentioned to me on the previous podcast that we did. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think are great about Thelema as a spiritual philosophy, but the one thing where I think there's the strongest disagreement with my worldview is this question of compassion. And if you look at how compassion is spoken about in the Book of the Law, it's very negative. It's like this Nietzschean kind of like, compassion is bad, compassion's weak, it holds you back. Whereas, yeah, and that was intended as a rebellion against the Christian moral worldview, I think. But I think that compassion is hugely important. It's like the whole point.
Compassion is a valid, probably one of the most accurate translations of the word hesed, which I remember when I asked my Hebrew professor in Hebrew class in grad school about that. I didn't realize I was giving myself away as a Kabbalist, because apparently that word's not a normal Hebrew word. That's like an old Hebrew word that doesn't have a fixed meaning and isn't known by most people. Even a lot of, yeah. So I didn't realize you give yourself away sometimes. Even when I was like, what's, you know, just looked at me like, I got your number now, you know?
Is that related to Hasidic?
No.
No, okay.
No, I don't believe they have the same root. The Hasids come from, I don't know what the origin of the word Hasidic is, but maybe it could be.
I think it might.
It's interesting to do a comparison of like Hesed in Jewish language and the meaning of that, and words such as metta in Buddhism, which describe a kind of loving kindness, and the agape in Greek, and see if they're pointing towards the same or similar kind of concept.
Hasidic does come from Hesed.
Yeah, I thought so.
It does make sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to read this one because this person sent us $5. Thank you.
Nice. Super chat,
Queen
people.
of Rock. Yeah. Is it
We need the
possible
super
to be
chats.
light and dark? Been on the light path, but I went on a headbanger's boat, saw Necrogoblicon for the first time, and now I'm enamored with goblins. All right.
Well, that explains why you're here. Sitting in
That's a
tonight
fun comment.
with four goblins.
I'll
Some
take it.
some more handsome than others, but
That's
I don't know. No, I mean, I don't know. This is I'm not sure. A lot of people get this idea that, you know, light and dark are these irreconcilable forces, and I don't think that is the case. In particularly something like, you know, a modern Golden Dawn tradition. We talk about two contending forces, and one which unites them eternally, one which reconciles them. And that's a lot of people think, okay, so there's the left-hand, right-hand path stuff. We know the thelemic path leans a little bit more left-hand, so on and so forth. So then people automatically assume that the Golden Dawn is right-hand path, and that we're a bunch of Boy Scouts and things like this. In reality, it's a middle pillar path. In reality, it's a full tree path, but your center of gravity should be in the middle. And what does that result in? It results in you being the mediating force that reconciles the light and the dark. So it's which is essentially the path of the magician, whether that's, you know, whether you're doing it specifically for theurgy or otherwise. So I think it's not only possible to be both light and dark. I think it's essential. I think you have to do that. But the caveat is that something alchemical happens there, in that when you unite the two into this dynamic equilibrium and you weave them together, they become something else. And it's kind of like this idea in Platonism where we have like triangulation in an argument. You could look at it as two contending arguments, as two people or two arguments just volleying their arguments, their thoughts, their debates at each other. If you attempt to get in the middle of that and reconcile it, what's happening is you're putting yourself in plane with it. You are still on this horizontal axis, this spectrum. So the real key is to triangulate, which is why the primary symbol that we use to express the two contending forces and the reconciler is a triangle in the Golden Dawn. So triangulation implies that you transcend it and get above it. You see both arguments, and you bring them to a different location. You raise them up out of that horizontal axis. I think that's what has to be done with the light and dark, obviously parts of yourself, right? I see that a lot. I mean, a lot of people are probably know, like, see a guy like me and they you know, automatically there's some doubt cast onto my practice and things like this because of how much of a person I am, and I haven't allowed, you know, the parts of me to become unified into this automaton. But rather what it is I've this magical path and that weaving of the light and the dark together has made me more me than I've ever been. And I realized that I was given a background. I was given baggage. I was given luck. I was given so many things. And a lot of us, we try and cast out the shit we don't like to fulfill an image in our head of what a spiritual person is supposed to look like. I think the best we can do is to take those parts of us, because when we cast them out, like, we're no longer whole. We're rejecting a reality of the self. To take them and to triangulate them, to bring them up and use them for in concert with the other aspects of you. I think that's really important. And right, like, we talk very grandiosely about the light and the dark. I think primarily it happens in us. And I'm that's not me admitting to this idea that magic is all psychological, because clearly I believe in the objective reality of spiritual forces, energies, etc., so on and so forth. But yeah, I think that's more the way I think that at least I would look at it with the experience that I've had. I don't know. Maybe you guys tell me to go piss off.
This is an interesting one. Well, first, before we move on, did you guys have any additional thoughts you wanted to add to what Ike just said there?
So many, but let's move on to the Qliphoth, because we all know what people really want. Isn't it Tigiriron? It's Tigiriron, right? Breakers in pieces.
Tigirion, yeah. Tigirion.
So the eradication of harmony, unity, balance, equilibrium, beauty. The eradication of those things. The deconstruction of those things.
Frater Eleftheria has mentioned happenings like power or light flickering during his works or whatever. Do any of y'all have similar experiences? Y'all have or about I guess this is talking about really.
Yeah, during magic, sometimes little kooky things can happen, which goes to what Ike was describing earlier about how it's not just psychological. But yeah, I guess sometimes things can mess with you as well if you're on the spiritual path and you're about to have a breakthrough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of what they're referring to there.
Yeah, I think Ike, you had mentioned on something recently, you know, there's this kind of aspect of sometimes this champagne sparkle type thing that can occur.
There's all sorts of stuff, but I want to tell a funny story.
All right, let's do it.
So it was my first week in the Philosophus grade of the Golden Dawn, which has corresponded to elemental fire. And so I decided that I was going to do a fire invocation and, you know, bring in elemental fire from the south with the Archangel Michael. Really nuts and bolts stuff for a budding Golden Dawner. I completed my ritual. I had lit a candle actually in my bedroom, and I always keep my ritual room separate from where I sleep or really do anything else. But I lit a candle in my bedroom, and I walked out of the ritual room, and I was headed to the bathroom, headed to the shower. And I looked straight down the hall, and I can see directly into my room on my nightstand where I have this candle. And I see that it's still burning. Okay. I go into the bathroom to take a shower. I disrobe, etc., so on and so forth. I remember that, you know, I live with other people at this point, and I have to go and close the door. So I run out and I close the ritual door so that nobody kind of goes into the room, etc. And I see now the candle, it was like one of those scented candles, is now engulfed in flames. It's like insanely high. And there was a lamp on the nightstand, and I'm afraid that the lampshade's going to catch fire. It's blackening now. It's like carbonizing. So like an idiot, I run and I grab a bucket of a pot full of water, and I throw it on the candle, and then all the oils, just the candle explodes, and then the oils spread everywhere, and then everything's on fire. So it was actually wintertime. What I did was I threw the window open that the night table was right next to. I took the whole night table and I basically threw the flaming pieces out into the snow. And so if you were like my neighbor at that time, you would have seen a man in about his 30s, about 30 years old, completely naked, screaming and throwing a fireball out of the window. So, and that was about 3 minutes after a fire invocation. So that's a funny anecdote.
That's hilarious. What about you guys?
What about us? What's the question?
Interesting, odd phenomena that has occurred during any of your rituals or things like this.
Well, you know, it was interesting when I came out into the public occult world in 2017. I tried to in 2016, but I was still like, you know, gigging 5-6 nights a week, so it just wasn't possible. People wanted me to, but I wasn't able to do it. So it took a while to transition my schedule from into part-time so I could actually, you know, start teaching and writing books again and participating in the occulture. But I noticed when I entered into it, there was this massive debate between this so-called psychological model and spirit model, which I honestly, I've told Aaron this, that I blame his writing about those things as one of the reasons that they became a thing. I think him addressing them like they were these two contending forces or realities or models of interpretation was one of the things that solidified them as such. And that led me to eventually having Lon Milo on my podcast the first time and being like, you know, Stellas Daemonum had just come out and him and Skinner had done the prefaces for the book, and they had seemed to be completely opposite takes. And I said, do you actually think the opposite of what Stephen Skinner thinks? He's like, no, I agree with everything he says. And that was news to a lot of people. They're like, wait, what? Lon Milo DeGette, Mr. It's All in Your Head, agrees with Stephen Skinner about the reality of spirits? It's like, yes. Yes, he does. I always thought he did. You just didn't read him fairly, or whatever. Insert adjective there. So my experience of my beginning in magic came from the reality of spirits. So, I was doing Don Michael Craig with my Wiccan coven in high school, and I finally, after about 6 months of hard study, was ready to become an adept, like Don Craig's book said I should. So there I was with my Wiccan coven of my two buddies, and we were set up at Midsummer 1996. And I had the altar set up, I had the vow and everything, my little cross and triangle cut out of paper, and I was going to take these vows and declare myself an adept. And so halfway through the ceremony, and I had been meditating, doing transcendental meditation for like 8 years at this point. So that's some good preparation of understanding consciousness, understanding experiences such as self, other, that sort of thing. I wasn't into play acting whatsoever. I wanted serious shit or fuck off. That was it. I wanted reality. But halfway through that vow, that silly little vow Don Craig wrote up, and keep in mind he wrote Modern Magic before he trained with Chris Monastra in the Golden Dawn. So his book is based on him trying to figure out Golden Dawn magic as best he could from himself, from books and whatever teachers he had. And he taught in our order in those days, as well as studying with Chris Monastre. But halfway through doing that vow, I locked up and I fell to my knees. And it was like something was being rammed through the base of my spine. It felt like some like cheesy Dragon Ball style blast of energy was rendering me physically incapable. And I fell to my knees, and my buddies were like, they were freaked out. What's going on? And one of them was like, there's something outside our circle. I'm like, it feels like it. What is it? And he's like, it looks like a person, but with no body. And they're hitting you with something. And I was just desperate. I was in shock. I was in pain. And I was like, get it off. Stop it. I was freaking out. So they did whatever little Wiccan magical tricks they had up their sleeves to get it to stop. And eventually it did stop. But we shut down the operation, closed things, had a bit of a laugh, and, next month I called the local Golden Dawn Temple and was like, yeah, I really need some formal training. And thank God they let me in. It took many, many months. They had to interview my mom and get a parental consent because I was 15. But thank God, because I realized how real this shit was. And if I continued on as I was probably going to do a lot greater harm. So I thank that spirit, whatever that spirit was, for rendering me powerless in that moment and preventing me from making a very prideful and uninformed mistake based on my own uneducated ego.
Wow.
How do you like them apples?
I like them apples. I think
really good. That was like a honey
crunchy.
crisp.
I mean, I've got the
Yes.
diary where I wrote the entry from that Midsummer operation and Sabbath right here. I've got that diary entry. And it's shorter than you'd think. It's only a few pages. Reading it back, every time I read it back, I'm like, oh, baby, you had no idea how significant this was. Because, like, if I could go back in time and write it now, you can imagine the detail and how many I would have filled up the rest of the book with that diary entry. But at the time, since it was such a new experience for me, and because I was so innocent and open to what the possibilities of the magical world had in store for me, I just took it on face value, right? There was no cynicism. There was no over trying to intellectualize it and rationalize it out of my experience into nothingness. There was none of that. It was like, this is what happened. And I just said it matter-of-factly. It was what it was. And so, yeah, there you go.
How about you, Altheria?
Yeah, I've had some really weird things happen in certain rituals over the years. Yeah, there was one that I did. I can't remember what the particular spirit was now, but it was during my OTO days, and there was like, we're doing it on the second story of like a building that had old floorboards, and there was like a creaking behind us, like somebody walking on the floorboards. So yeah, I mean, stuff like that can definitely happen. Yeah, in my experience, it's happened more when there's like a diabolical type intelligence present. The angels don't tend to mess with me on the physical plane quite as much as that. But that's not to say it can't happen. But yeah, it's certainly something that can happen, and it can happen unprompted if I mean, in terms of like my channel and stuff, I've found often that if I'm about to talk about a topic that's like directing people towards God or understanding God's love or something that's, I guess, more Judeo-Christian coded, that's when the technology doesn't work and stuff starts to go wrong, and things like that. So
yeah,
very interesting.
That's a good point about the diabolical nature of a lot of this stuff. I too, I'm a little bit more reserved in some of my stories, talking about because of how intimate of an experience it is. I think though the story you told, Frater RC, is extremely valuable for people that are listening to this. That is an incredible story, and I think that is that. I mean, this is what you're dealing with here, and you made the right decision to go and like find people who can help you learn how to do this shit. But I don't talk about this much at all because I don't know. It's a difficult thing to do, not just to talk about it, but to actually like be in it, be a part of it. But I had my first ritual initiation into the Elu Koans, and it was in a barn. Almost. It was like an old Masonic lodge. It was freezing. And it was in a couple states over from me here in the South. The first ritual that you undergo when you join the Elu Koans of the particular lineage that I am a part of is an exorcism. And you're effectively placed inside of a circle and exorcised. You are exorcised. And this was the only time, and Satan, the adversary, is called out by name multiple times, and not to summon, but to exconjurate. To remove the forces of, as I think Frater RC mentioned in a much more hermetic context, the torturous daimones. Right, the kakodaimones, the impure daimons or spirits, and it was at this point that everybody in the space began to turn and look, because out in the hallway you could hear a woman and a child speaking, and there was nobody else. We were on the second floor, and there was nobody else in there. And then you began to hear what sounded like nails scratching like from inside the walls. And I remember thinking to myself, because it's a new group of guys, I knew like one or two of them. I'm like, is this like theatrics, or like, should I be worried or anything? Laying there in a circle. And I look up, and the guy who like brought me in was just sitting there like this, like just crossing himself. And it was very weird. And we all talked about it afterwards. And, one of the guys was like, listen, it could have been a raccoon or something. I'm like, we are like 50 feet above the fucking ground. At exactly the point where you're casting demons out, the walls start scratching. I'm not so sure. But the whole point is that, yeah, the diabolical stuff is the stuff that wants to screw with you. I liked the movie A Dark Song about the Abramelin ritual. It was interesting. Part of me was just kind of like, yeah, whatever, but it was cool. There's one part when the woman who performs the Abramelin, or really has it performed for her, is locked in a room, and she's being assaulted by demons that are pretending they're using the voice of her dead son. And she to like mess with her, and she just averse. She's like, this is not real. This is not my, you're not my son. I know what you are. And then this voice from the other side of the door says something to the effect of like, yes, that's right. I'm an evil cunt who just wants to scare the shit out of you. And it's a very intense moment in the movie, but it like hit me like, yeah. Like that's that's what that is. They want to, to disempower you through fear. That's my belief.
I should say, I've told the story about that encounter with spirit and my attempted, that whole thing before. I've never mentioned though that we started that Midsummer Sabbath with a massive grand invocation, because we were doing the Wicca thing, of fairies. We were summoning fairies that night, like all the midsummer fairies. This is what we did. People think I'm joking when I talk about fairy Wicca, but I'm very serious about my fairy Wicca. My fairy Wicca now has become more like Grimoire of Oberon, and working with the grimoire stuff. But so I think it definitely wasn't like an angel or anything like that. Maybe it was, but yeah, it could have been just a lower spirit of some sort. I think categorization of daimones is of limited use, but maybe some use. And
talking to a Neoplatonist over here, man. We're all about the taxonomy.
We were certainly asking for we certainly, at that age, when you're that young doing magic, you are to some extent testing the boundaries to see what's possible and what might happen. To some extent, that is definitely true. And you summon fairies, you sometimes get what you're asking for.
They're so nice and sweet, though, aren't they?
Sure. Yeah. It's great being immobilized by spiritual forces. Yeah. I mean, it's so wild. It's so wild. If I hadn't written that diary entry, I'd probably no longer believe it happened.
Yeah. I personally haven't had a whole lot. Had like etheric orbs after a geomancy working, but that's about it for me. But okay, so we got this fucking guy.
Christ.
So Aman Hillman, he's like this Greek
psychopath.
And he has this whole thing about like Christing, and he uses like references like Galen and Nero's physician and these Greek medical literature stuff, where there's a couple different things that he talks about a lot. One of them is he talks a lot about this idea of Christing, and for him it seems like there's a heavy emphasis on Christing as the application of drugs. I don't know if he's saying it's the application of drugs specifically, or if it is a type of Christing. There's that, and then he talks a lot about the greater questions of Mary, which I think is like the source for that is basically like a paraphrase from Irenaeus or something, but it's like this pretty perverted text that involves Mary and Jesus, but yeah, so Aman Hillman has some interesting takes, that's for sure. What the Greek text said about him, just thought I'd bring that up for fun. He just did a podcast with Luke Gordon. I think he's out of New Mexico. Very entertaining stuff though, so I listen to it. There'll be a follow-up to that, but yeah, he's a character. So just wanted to throw that one out there on the screen. You got to get Ike in there to debate him.
you want to rile me up, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I mean, somebody in the comments wrote that he brings up some good points about translation bias, and the thing is, like, he has horrific translation bias. So I mean, I guess it takes one to know one, but it's one of those things where if you know kind of even a little bit of what you're talking about, particularly with the ancient Greek and stuff like that, you can debunk this shit in a matter of seconds, because a lot of it is interpolation, a lot of it is anachronistic reading. And if you don't know what interpolation is, go look it up, because that's exactly what he's doing. And there's a bias, there's an inherent bias in that. He's not taking the text on its own terms. He's digging into far left, far right fields and bringing in these very strange ideas, and then drawing these imaginary lines to the words. You know, perfect example is his translation of Sindun. He refers to it as a penile bandage. And that word Sindun is referred to multiple times, a fucking burial cloth, a linen cloth. So yeah, there might be some other, strange Bacchic rituals and things like that are written in a very specific dialect of ancient Greek that use that term similarly, but you're not looking at the text on its own terms. There is a measure of contextualization, but at the same time, like, you can't just abstract a word and say and put in whatever the fuck you want by substitution. So I see a lot of that in his work, and to me, I get a feeling from that dude that is not good, and so I wouldn't even want to debate the motherfucker, because I've already put too large a target on my chest for a lot of these psychopaths, and but just for people that are interested in stuff, again, before you become convinced of anything I say, go and figure it out yourself. Go and look at it, but do it the right way. Spend a lot of time with the material. And at the end of the day, I think everybody here can vouch for this idea. You've got to drown in it until you learn to swim in it. Okay. So it takes a lot of work and a lot of immersion. And if you care about this stuff, then you're going to look at it seriously.
Yeah. I couldn't find this question, but I saw it earlier. Somebody asked, and now I don't know if they were asking our take on, I think it was Paul Foster Case. I think they're asking about Paul Foster. It was either Paul Foster Case or Franz Barden. But somebody was asking that like way earlier in the chat. So if anybody wants to comment on their thoughts about either one.
Well, what do you guys have to say about Case, even if that wasn't asked? Because he, I know you guys are big Enochian, Ebrochian guys, and he stripped it out completely of the Boda. What do you think of that? I've seen what you've had to say a little bit, RC, online, but it'd be nice to hear it again.
Yeah, I mean, the guy had a lot of issues. Today, he would get canceled and deplatformed so quickly because of his views on certain types of people, shall we say. But more critically speaking, I mean, he just didn't. He's one of these people who, like, rather than understand aspects of the system that he didn't get or like, he just discarded them. And then under pressure, of course, he reconfigured it with Hebrew letters, which just makes no sense. It's like the whole purpose of Dee's angelical language was to create a magical language for Christians, because Jews had Hebrew and Muslims had Arabic. And he's like, well, Christians need a special language other than Latin, which was fair. Yeah. So, I'm losing track of it. Sorry. Yeah, so Paul Foster Case, I mean, I love anyone who goes deeper into tarot cards and the symbolism and the path working and all that. And as you know, I spent over a year with a protege of his protege, Dr. Granny Rainbow, Arissa Victor. May she rest in rainbow glory. And I know she is. I learned a lot from her. We did a lot of fun magic together down at the Church of Isis in Geyserville, California. And I think the Boda tradition and the correspondence course is still something I intend to do one day. But Paul Foster Case himself, it doesn't seem to have been like, you wouldn't want to emulate that guy too much. So I don't know what else there's to say about him.
Well, I'm not really that familiar with his stuff, actually. I haven't looked into his interpretation of Enochian stuff. Seen a little bit about how there's a bit of fear mongering there, that maybe it's something, but yeah.
Somebody somebody keeps asking in the chat where we're getting what chat we're using. Just to answer that question, it's consolidating all of our channels chats into one, so that's why you're probably not able to see.
It's the
other
mega
things.
stream.
Mega stream, mega multi-stream.
Synaxis.
I want to, yes. I want to ask a question about.
Wait, I
UAP.
told you guys what I put this in my calendar as, right?
You did. Do you want to?
I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna zip.
Okay.
I think I remember.
Yeah, you're not.
You're a madman.
Can't keep a madman down.
No.
Can't keep you contained.
No,
Okay.
spirit bottles for me.
Question about UAP phenomena, or just phenomena in general. When it comes to phenomena, and Aleph theory, I know that you talk a bit about your experiences with these kind of things like CE5 stuff and all these sort of things around these subjects, but there's just such a wide spectrum in this subject because, we have all these different with orbs or etheric manifestations or interdimensional qualities. And then on the other hand, where I personally get kind of skeptical about discerning is when it comes to stuff involving like tangible, solid crafts and physical, dense manifestations that are very much like operating within the material realm of space-time. My skeptical mind tells me, I guess, like when it comes to that stuff, I'm not discounting it or saying it's not possible for other physical entities to exist, or extraterrestrials, or perhaps ultra-terrestrials, maybe coming from oceans or something like this. But I guess I have a lot of hesitation to accept these things because of just, the nature of governments and black projects and the history of technological experimentation and directed energy weapons and sensor technologies and metamaterials. And I think, some of the technological innovations and how far that they have evolved and the nature of secrecy around military contracting and all these sort of things, weapon systems, and that's so much things that we just may never become aware of. So on the one hand, I would have an easy time with correlating things like maybe like plasma entities or orbs or etheric manifestations with maybe like intelligent spirits or entities, benevolent or malevolent. But on the other hand, I guess I have more of a difficulty. And so I guess my curiosity is, what methods of discernment do you employ with trying to analyze the data, whether it's like witness testimonies, how they describe the nature and qualities of UAP phenomena, and how do you safely, confidently place it within your own categorical understanding of things within like the great chain of being? Like maybe in one instance that seems like that could be an angelic entity or something like that. Maybe in another, well, that seems more like a man-made thing. So yeah, just curious. I'll pose that to you first, Aletheria.
Well, I don't think that there's anybody on Earth who, including in whatever secret government projects there might be, who understands exactly what everything is. There is some people who think the phenomenon is all the same thing, and that it's some kind of like multi-dimensional consciousness that's manifesting as something more spiritual sometimes and something metallic other times, that has little people piloting a vehicle. There's some people who say that the more nuts and bolts side is something different to the the more spiritual beings that manifest as orbs. There's some people who think there's some crossover. So it's you can't really pin it down. Nobody really knows enough about what's going on there to give a definitive answer. In my own experience, what I believe that I saw when I did the CE5 protocol was something spiritual, and it was something which in modern language might be described as extra dimensional. And I think that it was also linked to Enochian beings because of some other communications that I had about a year after that C5 experience, where an Enochian angel seemed to be basically taking credit for the orbs that I saw then. And I know that there's other people who have used specifically Enochian magic and seen an orb or something like that appear. But and you mentioned geomantic stuff as well. So they're not necessarily even just one type of thing. It's really hard. It's really hard to try and pigeonhole this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, RC? Do you have any thoughts on any of that?
UFOs, I mean, I think it's the result of a bunch of crazy hippies and dopers.
All right.
Just, fucking nut jobs.
It's all just a big conspiracy theory.
Dopers. Love that.
Dopers. No, I'm joking. I'm just doing a bit. But it is wild. I was not a believer in any of that stuff until 2020 and the disclosures from the government. I'm like, okay, I guess there's something to it. And I looked into it more and more because I was, if the government's saying, hey, yeah, there's UAPs, they're a thing, it's real. And you see, they released some videos that were very compelling, and it's been a big conversation since then. And I think it's one that we should absolutely be interested in, especially as, experimenters of the obscure and liminal domains of reality. The crossover between that sort of aliens and spirits, I think, is a real crossover. And I'm glad. That's why I'm glad there's increasing openness to interdisciplinary approaches within the UAP world, in the magical and the ghost hunting world. It never made sense to me why all these so-called ghost hunters were never employing occultists who, summon and talk to spirits regularly. It's like if you have an environment where drastic phenomena are happening, maybe you should get someone who's used to having phenomena happening and causing phenomena to happen. And now they're starting to do that. So that's a net positive, in my opinion. And clearly the government and its whole remote viewing UAP MK Ultra world has always employed practitioners to some extent or another. And I'm excited to see how that pans out, or to what extent it continues to pan out in our lifetime. I'm very interested, as you all know, as all the viewers know. So, I have friends who watch the skies. I have friends who have YouTube channels, and their channels are are shockingly small, almost as if it's hard to believe how small they are, especially when you see some of the drastic stuff. Like they're signaling to them in the sky, and they're signaling back. It's like, what is that? And then I see people in the news who are like, no, it's all government stuff. It's all just illusion. It's like, it can't all be. And then you have all the accounts of physical experiences with aliens and abductions. Like, I don't believe it's all nonsense. I just don't believe that. I mean, not even sure, is the government running psyops on us all the time? Of course. Mockingbird is a real thing. It was and is a real thing. I think we're called as practitioners and adepts to contribute what we can to that body of research. And I hope we continue to. And I hope we continue to dialogue outside of our own culture with those freaks, hippies, and dopers, and see what we can figure out. You never know. Breakthroughs happen slowly, like melting ice, and then all of a sudden with a flood, and the reality's forever changed.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Ike?
There's really nothing I can add that is gonna not be redundant, but yeah, I just for my own piece, I was sort of drawn out into consideration of this stuff because of how frequently I encountered it in, people whose podcasts I've been on, and also people in the comments section, which, I mean, that's essentially the peanut gallery, but every once in a while, you just kind of have to be like, all right, I see which way the current is running. And so I have to consider, what do I think on this? But the problem is that I spend so much time doing one thing that it almost becomes this like, oh shit, now I gotta go get educated on this now and watch these videos. I'm just much more interested in what I do. I think you're right, RC. We should offer our perspectives in terms of what we have to offer. But despite the fact of how much I have to say about occultism on any given day, magic and esotericism, I do try to exercise a limitation on like my hard-lined ideas of what I know, what I think I know. And I always reserve the right to change my fucking mind tomorrow, anytime I want. So, right? Because that's what happens when new information comes. So yeah, that's really it for me. I think it's very well said on the part of my colleagues here.
Indeed. This person, Craftsman9935. When I started reading about angels, I felt weird third eye pressure for days. Also, lifting the lamps video of the prayer of Enoch gave me third eye pressure for days. Can someone please explain this? Any thoughts on that, Eleutheria?
I mean, I don't know. Someone's personal experience is their personal experience, so I can't fully tell you what's going on there. But maybe something's being activated. Maybe there's a blockage there. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, obviously, that stuff is doing something for you. Yeah, just keep exploring the possibilities.
Oh, here's a fun one.
Wait, I got advice for that guy. I think they should lie
yeah.
down every day with a lapis lazuli on their forehead and just, visualize the flow of divine white brilliance through their body, and let the lapis. Maybe it'll awaken the DMT, or maybe they just need to smoke some DMT. Do some Aya, like a true doper.
The Aya.
I'm going to tell this guy.
Yeah,
one thing. I'm going to tell him this: buy my book, Etheric Magic, and you'll understand a little bit better about what might be going on. I'm not going to really get into it from here. That was one of the first things that happened to me when I underwent initiation, and I still, when I relax almost every night before bed, right before I pray, and my body's relaxing, I can feel it again. So buy the book, Etheric Magic. Doesn't cost that much money. Come on.
I got it right. And at the bookstore, they had a whole ton of copies at the Occult bookstore in Vancouver. We have the biggest occult bookstore in Canada, Banyan Books, and they had copies. They had like 5 or 6 copies there, brother.
That's cool.
And it's a massive bookstore. It's run by a friend from Waldorf School. We should get you up to do a thing. A presentation there. You should come to Vancouver and do a presentation on etheric magic. Since they're already stocking your book, we can do a whole retreat or ARS thing or something like that. Get your butt to Vancouver. We'll play some Florence and the Machine covers.
Only if I'm singing.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I'd love to come hang out with you. I would come for nothing more but just to hang out and maybe do some magic together.
It's always good to have a present. You know, it's always good to have a way to cover the plane fare or whatever. But yeah, you're always welcome here.
Well, the main thing that I'm going to ask that you do if I ever do come up there is I want you to take me to a few of your favorite places to eat, because I'm an eater. Okay.
Well, I'm a cooker because I'm a celiac, so I cook everything. The only thing I generally eat out is like sashimi. Last night we all went to like Cactus Club, which is where I take everyone here because it's got good gluten-free selection and also some other fabulous things. But yeah, I'd love. I usually like to cook for people. If I can make better food than any restaurant I've ever been to, and you know, I've had like $200 steaks in town and been like, this is garbage.
I never get steak
My
out.
shitty steaks are better than this $200 steak. I don't know what these chefs are smoking, but I'm sure it's crack.
I'm not sure what they're smoking, but I'm sure it's crack. That's amazing.
I'm sorry. The third hour is the magic hour. The fourth hour. Actually, we're in the fourth hour now. See, you want to know how podcasts can last over 6 hours? This is how.
Yeah.
They start to get good after 3-4 hours.
Yeah, it starts to all meld. We're in the witching hour.
Well, you run out of all your canned shit.
Yeah.
And you just start to like be.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this guy, Timothy Hogan, who's a Knights Templar Grandmaster?
Friend of one of my friends, and my friend got really mad when I talked with Ike about it the first time because Timothy Hogan admitted to the Y-Files dude that he knows a lot of the stuff he says isn't historically true, but he likes it, so he promotes it as real anyway. And I thought I had it out with my buddy because he was mad Ike based on our convo, but I said, look, man, I'm not poo-pooing what he's doing. I'm just saying, it might be nice to let people know that so they don't believe it's really real. And even that I know is going to get more angry messages from people. But look, I'm just saying, like, if he admitted it that I don't really want to talk anymore. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I like existence and history enough to want to know the real history. I'm open to the fringe stuff. But when you know for sure something didn't happen, say an exact thing didn't happen, but then you go tell people it happened while admitting it didn't happen, that's where I get uncomfortable. I feel a bit weird about that. And that's the only thing I have to say about that. But if you want to just like do the Templar thing and go nuts with it, like, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. I mean, there's way worse ideologies you could go nuts with than being a noble, do-gooding priest knight warrior guy. Like, because there's no baked in evil beliefs into that unless you're get a little overboard on the kill the infidel thing. That might be a problem. But like in general, they were the early police force. They kept travelers safe on the road, helped them transport money. And because imagine you're just going to your brother's wedding and people kill you for the copper you have in your purse. Well, Templars time, you gave it to the Templars. They might keep you safe or at least transfer your money for you. You get a promissory note and stuff like that. Same with the Knights Hospitallers and all that. Anyway, that's my thoughts on Timothy. And Timothy Hogan seems like a lovely guy. All those people seem like lovely people.
Well, to your point there, what I've seen a lot in the communities, particularly the kind that gravitate towards Freemasonry and then get interested in the occult, but certainly not limited to that. It's just, I guess I have more familiarity being a Mason and all that stuff. But some people, I think that self-mythologizing is extremely important. But I think that the self-mythology has to be based in your reality rather than you now creating this sort of fantasy timeline. And I see a lot of people do that when they come into initiatory societies. They enter it with this and it's really because we've been saturated and inundated with this imagery and these ideas from film and television and books over the last couple of years, things like Dan Brown and etc., so on and so forth. And they tend to go on these little cosplay journeys, and and the self-mythologizing eventually becomes this little fantasy escapist project. And I think that that's fine. I'm not making a judgment value, but I certainly have to distinguish between that and what, say, the people who are in this conversation do. And it's not so apparent to a lot of people that first come to these communities and they're trying to scope it out and see what's going on. There's a lot of enticement. There's a lot of grandiose claims. There's a lot of affectation. And I see that. So I without specifically naming people, I'm just going to say, hey, that's something that happens, huh? Every once in a while.
Specifically, this one is pointing at the origin is Atlantis, have the bones of Jesus, Mary, and the Ark of the Covenant. I'll just reply to the Ark of the Covenant thing. John Parsons II he's one of those guys that had started the Templar Collegia with Timothy Hogan. I've interviewed both of them, but John Parsons and him had falling out, whatever. He told me directly it's bullshit. So that's that. That's just the word from him. I don't know. Do with it what you will. But as for the bones and that, I don't know.
You ever watch 30 Rock?
I've heard of it. Tell me more.
It was a show about 30 Rockefeller Center, where it's a fictional TV program that kind of was like Saturday Night Live. They made a sitcom. Alec Baldwin was in it. Tracy Morgan was incredible. But that reminds me, when they start talking about Jesus's bones, it reminds me of this line where he's talking about how rich he is. And he goes, I got a Batmobile, 2 solid gold jet skis, and the AIDS monkey's bones. That's like the only thing I think of when people start talking about how they have the bones of saints and Jesus, things like that. It's I'm sure it's comforting, but it's that level of absurd to me.
It's one of those last shows, part of the end of the era before cancel culture and wokeism really took over, right? Like Tina Fey and the other people on that show, after that show ended, started, are in the communities that condemn that sort of humor and kind of storytelling, right? They might not be condemning it themselves because, Tina Fey's not an idiot. And a lot of those people are captured by their communities. But Saturday Night Live was hilarious when I was a kid. In the 80s, it was great. It was so edgy, Levi's 3-legged jeans.
Yeah, well, it's all about, what it is. It's all about, make as much money as we can until the zeitgeist changes, and then immediately flip and make as much money as you can there. That's just the name of the game. That's not necessarily a statement on capitalism so much as it's a statement on humans, people. So
yeah. But 30 Rock is, I watched, the reason I actually did watch it all during COVID. I finally, every evening I did a few episodes till I got to the very end. And Alec Baldwin was really good. There's a lot of actors who did a lot of great stuff in that. If people out there have not watched 30 Rock, it's actually pretty darn good. I don't think it's as good as stuff like The Office and Parks and Rec and Canada's own Schitt's Creek, which is, pretty good, along with things like Shoresy and Letterkenny. Hey, boy? So, there's some good stuff. There's some good stuff to check out, my fellow hosers. Mad TV, someone says, aged better. I never got into that too much.
Yeah, me neither.
But yeah, Jason Giorgiani, I think he's a fucking idiot. And yes, paladins are lawful good. But thank you for the super chat. Everyone here deserves super chats. If you can throw us a few bucks, people. You wouldn't believe how much time it took to arrange this. Thank you to Sky for arranging this, and we're having so much fun. I'm happy to hang around as long as you guys want.
Well, I have to go. I eventually have to go to sleep because I have things.
Actually, it's very late for you.
It's certainly past my bedtime, but I'm not feeling it somatically the way I normally would. I'm having a lot of fun with you guys.
Yeah, it's not even dinner here on the wet coast.
Vancouver's
covered in so much fog you can't see any of the skyscrapers. Isn't that crazy? They're the photos online. I should share more of them. Check out my Facebook. I'm going to share a bunch of the photos of Vancouver right now. It's surreal. The fog we have right now is I haven't seen it like this since 2001, 2000, maybe 2000. I remember it was like this again, but we get some crazy weather up here. Yeah, you all got to come visit Canada on your way to take it over.
Wear like 12 sweaters.
We haven't gotten any snow this year at all.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
I heard it snowed in Florida.
Yeah, no. Vancouver's a microclimate. It's a temperate rainforest. So we'll be lucky to get a day of snow before the winter's over.
Is it like similar? Is it similar to Cascadia?
I don't know Cascadia.
It's the Pacific Northwest.
That's down south of here. Like, we get more rain than Forks, Washington. But we have
Any of you familiar with
beaches.
this guy?
And Jason Giorgiani, he's just these people, man. There's so many in that whole community. Like, and YouTube really wants me to watch them, and I refuse to watch them. Thoughts, Jesus Christ.
It's a wide-ranging question.
They're all the same person. It's all the same thing. That's my answer. Final answer.
Abraxas is Marco Visconti.
Is African traditional religion Rene Good, the USA and Iceland?
I think it's with the spell. Visconti is spelt with a U, not an O.
Wow. Let's see. This person. Actually, I can't find it. My question.
Rene Good. That's not an occultist.
Could be.
And Abraxas.
How do you
Abraxas
avoid
a name
allowing
that does,
yourself? Sorry, go ahead.
I just think the name Abraxas, whoever wrote that tarnished the name Abraxas, putting it in a list with those other names. Like, dear Lord, like, yeah, let's. Some people they're just having fun. They're just getting, they're gooning.
Yeah, I mean they're taking cues from our lead at this point. I think
Good.
That's it.
Good. My question
all right, so Sky,
in all of this.
You've got a question.
How do you keep the flame honest? How do you avoid allowing yourself to fool yourself because you enjoy the idea of it? I know the flame itself to be real, though. That's from Psychater 2000 asks.
What you got to realize a lot of the times is that magicians are people who typically these people who need, this is for me, right? Because that's my path. We're people who need remedial help. Okay. We're like the people who need to stay for summer school. Because there are a lot of people, all the people in the history of the world, think about how many there might be, or there are, that have lived powerful, empowered lives of goodness, lives of charity, meaningful lives, even spiritual lives, and they never had to do a fucking ritual. We, on the other hand, we need these things as a form of assistance. And to understand that, really, and then look at your own position. And my golden rule is never take anything too seriously. I care a lot about this stuff. I have a lot of passion, but if you can't become so full of yourself. I am this magus, and there's a trap in these organizations. They give you these titles and these sashes and all sorts of regalia, and it can be tricky. But the best thing is to understand that, I'm not special because I do this. I truly, my life is extremely complicated because I do this, because I have to do this. And then just find other people to hang out with. They don't have to agree with you. They do not have to agree with you on everything or anything, but they got to be real. They got to be on the same level as you, where it's just kind of like, yeah, nobody but my idiot friends think hopping around in a robe and Nemesis is cool. Nobody gives a shit. So that's kind of my view of the whole thing.
Thank you, Christian Simmons 3591. Much appreciated. And wow, thank you to Louis Evil 7108. Amazing.
Or Louise Val, we don't know.
Damn, so much activity going on in the comments. I'm just trying to keep up with it all.
What do you guys? But hold on, what do you guys think? I waxed fucking.
What was the question again?
The question was, how do you not kid yourself? in magic.
I
You know, it's
do
put
get
much
that.
more poetically, but the gist of the thing is like, how do you stop yourself from getting full of shit?
Yeah, well, my 2 cents on that is you've just got to remember that thing that is the God nature within that you discover through these practices. It's not you. It's not you. It's something completely beyond that. And yeah, that is kind of, yeah, if it's not like killing your ego and like the old person that you were, and showing you what lies beyond that, not in the sense of you have to have no ego, like, but I just mean like the thing that makes the thing that makes us holy and godly and divine is not personal. It's the divine spark, isn't it? It's the thing that's one with the ineffable, and that's an experience that transcends any personality that engages in grandstanding. Yeah, don't know if that makes sense. I'm starting to fade a bit.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. I mean, I think the systems of magic that we have inherited and use are powerful tools to all of those effects. I mean, yes, we have these titles. Yes, we call on angels and divine spirits and even archangels and God's self to minister to us. But also in those prayers, there's these long passages that say, "Oh Lord, I'm less than sand." And I know a lot of modern magicians cut that stuff out because it's mean. That's not, empowering. It's like you're commanding angels and you can't take a moment to acknowledge your own insignificance in creation. Like, there's a purpose to this flip-flopping between, let every spirit follow me and I'm the Lord of the universe, and and then you reverse it to what the Hermetists would do with their prayers of thanksgiving and all that stuff, and they're saying, yo, we got nothing, but we're thankful. We're so thankful because who are we? What do we know? Nothing. So we're just going to eat our bread and drink our wine and be like, thank you. And it's embedded throughout the history of the magical tradition, this praxis, to use the word properly. Yeah, it's this feedback loop of identifying with these powerful beings and gods and roles and titles that should be bestowed on us, not claimed, by the way. That's a secret to those, right? They're tests, not honors. But yeah, there's a power to stepping into those roles and then stepping out of them and realizing I can be sacred, but I'm also profane. I talk to gods and command spirits and angels, and I wipe my butt.
What's that book, Ike? The Sacred and the Profane?
Yeah.
Mercha Eliada, das Heilige und die Profane. Yeah. My mentor, Dr. Idle Tim, who was a famous Yeats scholar, is a famous Yeats scholar. His dissertation is called Yeats und Nietzsche. And so he was my mentor in high school. And he, what did he say? What were you saying?
I asked about the Sacred and the Profane book.
Yeah, he had me read the Mercha Eliada book in high school. I don't think any book has influenced my development spiritually and magically as much as the Sacred and the Profane. It's a tiny book.
Thank God.
And
I talk to scholars about this stuff, and they've whipped me because I love that book. They whipped me because I love that book. That book gave me fucking words that I didn't have to explain what I was going through.
It would solve so much of the modern crises, because everyone today, and other people, I'm not the only person saying this, there's lots of famous people saying this, they try to make everything sacred, but that's not how it works. The sacred is defined by being separated from everything else. So all you do when you make everything sacred is actually you collapse the sacred into the profane and lose the sacred entirely. I mean, unfortunately, we actually all need to keep saying this over and over because it is not sticking.
I have a question about like spirits or daimons. it's kind of like a long-winded one, but so say like something like land spirits, like in terms of like a spiritual hierarchy. So I'll use the example of like a desert. So say you connect with the spirit of the desert. 'Cause I've heard people describe, say, going into the desert and interfacing with like a spirit of the land, speaking to it and getting explicit feedback or flashes of insight, revelations, or answers or guidance. And so my thought or my wonders are, I would think there are multiple spirits in multiple deserts, and maybe there's individual spirits presiding over particular geographies of deserts, but then maybe there's like the spirit of all deserts. I don't know if this might be too abstract, but in terms of like discerning, because part of me asks, is it just one opening themselves up to whatever comes and whatever is there that this is happening through? And then I guess like a follow-up would be in regards to one's personal daimon, is the information that the person receives this spiritual communication from, is it like filtered through their personal daimon? Is like a personal daimon like the intermediary between the individual and the rest of the spirit hierarchy? Do you know what I mean?
In the Hermetica, the holy daimon actually is the Noose. The Noose is the holy daimon. Is a daimon. Yeah, in the Hermetica. That was something I was always unclear in, and thank you, Dr. Litwa, for clarifying that.
Yeah. What do you think, Ike? Follow my question?
I followed you into the desert.
Thanks.
Well, there's an official line if you're talking Iamblichus Proclus and that axis of theurgic Neoplatonism, which basically says that it's two-way traffic. The gods can come to you if you are prepared, meaning you have sufficiently either repaired, bolstered in somewhere, purified your pneumatic vehicle. And the way that they appear to you is what Iamblichus calls in the Fantasticon, the imagination. And he's writing 1800 years ago. Okay. So it's very affirmative for people, like us that have had these experiences. He says the mind and attention follow what happens because they are not seized by the divine. But the Fantasticon, the imaginal, is grasped by the divine and raised above what is ordinarily human. Now, this manifests phenomenologically as an experience, say, telesmatic image or something, a visible appearance of something. This is the seizure of, let's say, your astral simulacrum. This thing that you've created, if it's like a telesmatic image, and the vivification of it by a divine higher potency. So the gods can come down to you if you've done the preparatory work. Part of the preparatory work is linking up with your personal daimon, because there are many different daimones, because it's a generic term for spirit. There are elemental daimones, there are the personal daimones, then there are the kako daimones, the impure spirits, the agatho daimones, the guides of good counsel, and then you even have, according to Zosimus, which I think is really cool, the anti-mimon daimon, which is actually is really it's a cool translation that's usually translated to the counterfeit daimon, and it's the one who pretends to be good but really wants to drag you down.
Would that be like related to the Antichrist?
No. Because it's not a single daimon. These are classes, these are taxonomies, these are groups of it's not like one,
it's like a species of
one
daimon.
Spirit walking around out there looking like Dick Dastardly with a fucking crooked top hat or something like that. It's like it's a class of these spiritual entities, and so they can reach down, but ultimately, if you are trying to do the ascent to the gods, and which culminates in enosis, union with them, what's the purpose of enosis? To divinize the self. Then you need to the first stop is to get in touch with your daimon, your personal daimon. But again, that's just the way that if we're talking like almost like a legalistic kind of way of looking at the Neoplatonic framework, sure. How does it work for me? The phenomenology of it is not so tidy. It's there are some aspects of it that are extremely valid, but it's just like I think at a certain point they have an extremely sophisticated idea of the spiritual ontology of the cosmos, but I feel like what you must operate within that framework with is this internal caveat that says, I have to be ready to abandon all of this at a moment's notice. You can't be married to that stuff. You're using it as a scaffolding to understand what you're going through. So that's I guess my spin on
what's
that.
the relationship between like the personal daimon referred to as the logistikon, or like the highest part of the human soul in the tripartite theory of Plato?
Well, there's an interesting correspondence there with what RC said, because the logistikon contains Noose. It's the highest part of the soul because it's the rational part of the soul. It is the individual Noose. It is your higher cognition, the capability to do abstract thought, which begins just in counting, being able to count and recognize quantity, discrete quantity, and then evolves from there. It's a whole spectrum. Now, I would say that depending on which tradition or aspect of the tradition you're working with, it can vary. Ultimately, the phenomenology of it is that the daimon, the personal daimon, as your higher divine genius in something like the Golden Dawn, is the bornless part of yourself. It's the part of yourself that is Yetziratic, and it does not incarnate. It is almost angelic in nature. You can access it. It is your intermediary between you and the monad, the paternal monad. The monad itself, we call it a father, but it's completely impersonal. There's nothing you can say about it. There's nothing to know about it. The daimon is what makes the impersonal God personal. And in that way, it mirrors Christ. So that's more of my understanding of the phenomenology of it and the experience of it. Then, so there, a couple of those things don't necessarily graft neatly onto each other, but there you go.
All right. So we're getting close on coming up on 3 hours, so I'll go ahead and I'll answer a few more questions from the chat.
Can I throw something out there? One little footnote on that.
Absolutely.
So I left. There's so much in the Hermetica, but there's a part that I left out that ties into exactly what Ike is saying. So in the Hermetica, there's not just daimones, there's ankakodaimons, there's also gods and star gods and angels, but they're also explicitly said to be daimones. And the daimone, our nous, our intuition, our higher consciousness, which is our nous and is a daimone. In the Hermetica itself, it says that through that, we can know all things, go everywhere at all times, and are completely connected to, the logistikon. I don't know how you say that, but the logos. It's differentiated consciousness, like Ike says, he believes in the continuance of consciousness. That's Hermetic. That's a Hermetic idea, as differentiated, I think, from, I can't remember if it's Porphyry or the other guy. Ike's the expert on that. So, some believe that we're just reabsorbed. Some believe that we're different. We remain differentiated light beings. And the Hermetic tradition does believe that. So, but it's cool that according to that, we know everything through God, right? We're still a unique being, but we know and everything can go anywhere.
Well, and what's really interesting there, I'll just tack that on because now I'm aroused, is that, there's a difference. Here's the big difference between the Platinian sort of theoria, the divine contemplation, and the Iamblichus Proclus axis of Neoplatonic theurgy. Plotinus believed that we could, through theoria, eventually have union with the one of the universe, the exogenous one, the transcendent one. The theurgic Neoplatonists didn't believe that. they had what we might consider a more humble belief. They said that you could experience the one. It was just as transcendent, but it was the one of the soul. You're not traveling, your consciousness is not traveling up that ontological chain to meet the one face to face, right? That only happens when you die and have achieved the level of awareness or what we would call catharsis, the purification, that you don't have to incarnate anymore. Whereas their path was to achieve union with the one in the soul, the one of the soul. So that's extremely, I think, relevant to what we're talking about here. And it's all different ways of saying the same thing. I love the whole, like, you know, almost Star Trek thing about star gods and them. I love it. I really do.
Well, also, like, the Hermetic says we are, as humans, like the star gods and the angels through our Noose holy diamond, but actually better than them. That's what the is like. Dr. Litchwood always says it's a very optimistic spiritual tradition, but like that's an understatement, right? Because we're better than them because as we're alive, we're also like the angels of Malkut. We are also the highest being. We haven't met anything higher than humanity so far in our history. So we're like gods in bodies, but we're dying gods. So we're 2 times gods. We're God times 2. And that's just, it's an amazing level of hyper-optimism in the Hermetic tradition. So sign up today, folks. Hermes is calling you. Follow the way.
Who is your biggest occult / spiritual influence? Let's start with you, Eleftheria.
That's a good question. I've been thinking about how to answer that, and yeah, I don't really know. Like, if you asked me several years ago, I would have said Crowley, hands down. Like, wanting to climb every mountain in the occult sense and all of that, but you know, he was also kind of a dick, so I wouldn't regard him as an influence anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of in no man's land at the moment with my occult influences. I'm kind of more focused on trying to tap into the source more than before and get my spiritual guidance direct, I suppose, and not relying too much on a middleman. But yeah, I mean, there's some great occult authors out there who've been great for giving me an idea of how to navigate the path. And just take a look at my bookshelf behind me in my next video, and you'll see the general influences that there are there. Yeah.
How about you, Ike?
Frater RC.
I was gonna say Ike Baker.
No, man. I mean, it's my biggest occult influences are the teachers that I've had. Clearly, you know, the teachers, the people that have guided me on the path, and a lot of them have taught me what not to do, and that's valuable as well. But certainly, you know, and another thing too, actually, that I don't think gets talked about a lot very often, coming up in these orders. Especially if your trajectory is sort of like unbroken like mine, it's not a value judgment. It's just like I've just been doing the Golden Dawn consecutively in one order for a really long time now. You can get rigid, and right, you undergo the solve et coagula, and then you re-harden sometimes. And what has happened in the last 3 years that I've been doing a podcast is that talking to different guests has broken me back down, and I've changed my mind, and I've grown, and I've received new information and vast vistas of understanding and knowledge and really fun out there in the desert of the unknown have opened up to me. So I also would say that, you know, all the people that have hit me up, had conversations, have come on the podcast. Those people have influenced me like in ways that you can't even imagine just over the past 3 years.
Oh yeah. RC.
Strange timing, but in my chat I have Rishikesh shout out. Is it possible to have an influence that hasn't been influenced by Crowley in some way at some point? Yeah. How would WB fucking Yeats? Demon himself. Demonus Deus Inversus. God is the converse of the devil. He didn't mean Daimon. I used to think he did. I hoped he did. He did not mean that. And I think, to be honest, he just wanted his short form of his motto to be demon, so that Maud Gonne would be like, hey, demon, you come into the hotel with the Peruvian torch tonight? And then they'd go do peyote and fuck. That's true. That's all true. That's all true. I'm not making that up. So my influence, I think Hermann Hesse or Goethe. Goethe, because he said, you know, the greatest gift of the children of earth is their personalities. And I think that is such a great antidote to the forms of spirituality that I absolutely do not enjoy, which are, you know, the ones that are about all transcending yourself and like becoming some sort of vapid ghost boy, guru staring cult freak, which, you know, is what I grew up with as a kid. And then, you know, it was like one cult to the next, from like transcendental meditation, Waldorf School, Golden Dawn. Like, you know, I lived in an OTO oasis when I was 10 years old. Yeah, like, so there's a lot of great influences, not in people. Crowley's a smaller player than people realize, I think, sometimes. But, you know, the biggest influences are probably Jesus, W.B. Yeats, and Hermann Hesse, because of he wrote Das Glasperlenspiel. It's a massive book, but if you haven't read the Glassbead game, people always give up before they're like, oh, they give me their opinion. It's always the same. And then I'm like, did you finish the book? They're like, no, I couldn't get to the end. It's like, well, the end kind of is where the lesson is learned, right? Like, if you think that everything is preaching what happened in the beginning, right? It's like, you know, the character starts off flawed. He seems perfect, but he's realizes that lifestyle inside the academy, for lack of a better word, well, I think they actually call it that, the idea that eventually you have to leave. You have to leave and you have to go out into the world. And I'm a big believer in that, of the extraterritorial hermetic gesture. For a sense, you know, that's how I find right relationship to the world, by trying to bridge the divine and the mortal realms. And so I think the Glassbead game, also called Magister Ludi, is an amazing book. But so are many other Hermann Hesse books. Goethe, Hermann Hesse, W.B. Yeats, Jesus Christ.
Nice. Yeah. For me, actually, genuinely do mean that just talking to guys like you guys are the ones that influence me and teach me the most. So, appreciation on that. All right. So, I'll
I
answer.
want to say I really do like, sorry, Sky, I really do love what you said, Ike, about personal teachers, and I think they don't get enough credit, and I couldn't even begin to list all of them, from most recently, like friend Granny Rainbow, all the way back to even, you know, motherfuckers like my godfather, Robert Zink. You know, what a scumbag. But boy, did I learn a lot from him. My other godfather, Mark, who runs the Transcendental Maharishi organization in Canada, but, you know, also spent a lot of his life threatening me and my sister to not come out about sexual abuse done by my dad. So it's like, these people are scoundrels, to put it mildly, but I still learn things from them because I survived.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the height of naivete and spite to say that I don't learn from people who, you know, are malicious towards me. And that is something that's very interesting, because it goes back to what you and I, or what you had said earlier about you know, turning what we have here into, you know, like alchemizing what's going on here. Iamblichus has something to say about that. He says, once you get to that point where you can look down at your life with the bird's eye, fate becomes providence.
Yeah, that is so powerful and so true.
That's theurgic.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a spiritual reality. When you can do that, that is an accomplishment.
Yeah, because the idea is that our bodies are governed by fate. This is even in the Hermetica, but the rest of us isn't. It's just our bodies. And for me, in my life, as someone born with autoimmune disease that didn't get figured out till my early 30s, it's conditioned looking back so much of everything else in my life, even my spirituality, my diving into spirituality, and it's saving me as a kid from depression, from the onset of autoimmune diseases that I didn't know I had. Like, that was predictive of everything that I've dealt with ever after. So my body and the natural conditions of its physicality and the influence of the planets and rays upon it through fate, have been the markers that sort of determine the roadmap my life could take, and that conditioned the spirituality and everything in between, to relationships, family, everything. It's crazy.
Let's answer this last one. What is the quickest, most practical way to connect with your personal daimon?
Suffer. Suffer and call out to it.
I mean, you're not wrong.
No, you got to make the cosmic apology, my friend. I was fucking wrong. and then it's the same old story. The Sophia Christ axis. When does Christ actually, her syzygy, her transcendent syzygy, when does he come down? When she screams out from her guts, I fucked up. I made a mistake. And the sincerity, the fire in there is what encouraged that to come down. I'm not saying it's the only way. I'm saying in my experience, it's the quickest way. And then you have to develop communication. You have to strengthen that chain of flow by tuning into it ritualistically and things like that. But yeah, that's my piece.
Theory, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, well, first of all, let me talk about what's not the quickest and most practical way to connect. The ritual of the Book of Abramelin, which will take you 18 months if you have the correct translation and not the mother's translation. And then Liber Samek is not much better. It's several months. And maybe it does take months. And maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's shorter or longer, but and then of course there's the bornless ritual that's comes from the headless ritual of the Greek magical papyri, which is a bit of a simpler kind of more straightforward way of doing it. If you accept the personal daimon and the HGA, the same thing. But really just invoke thyself. Sorry, no, that's the wrong one. Inflame thyself in prayer. So just pray, pray regularly, and it happens when it happens.
Nice. So basically, we drink from the river Lethe. We become ensnared in materiality by the primordial split, and then it's just our programming to chase redemption and seek the bridal chamber for redemption. Is that like basically what's the program?
Maybe. I mean, that might make an interesting sort of like children's book.
Okay.
Wait,
so,
did RC answer?
Eleutheria said exactly
sorry.
what I was going to say. I was going to come in at the end and be like, one sentence, one phrase, but he said it at the end, inflame thyself with prayer. Though I do like what you said, Ike, about sacrifice, and you said it sort of, facetiously, but you meant it, of course. And, I was reading the last couple days Melissa Seam's Light Extension book, the great biography of the Horus Temple of the Golden Dawn that, everyone should read. And, so there's they had a schism in the first 4 years, and 3 of the top members left. Or one was demitted and then some others left. But the main issue was they believed they deserved grades that they didn't have. They believed that they deserved to be a higher grade. And Westcott comes in, Annie Horniman, the heiress, the rich woman, comes in. She says, look, you guys are not understanding the lesson of authority. We're higher than you. We're above you. We're more experienced. We've been through more. You got to behave and accept our authority and your subservience. All this stuff's super Victorian, and God, these people love their structures and hierarchies. It's a bit much, honestly, even after just 50 pages, but there's still lessons within it. And then Westcott comes in and says, look, yeah, you're saying I deserve this. Well, people, listen to the people who've sacrificed more. Listen to your spiritual superiors. This is not language, by the way, that I really enjoy. I don't really enjoy this language at all. It's a bit painful to read it as a, new age kid of the 80s and 90s. Like, this was not our vibe. But I can't deny the fact that it's like, that is how I changed. When I went through the grades, when I got into Portal at Easter break in grade 12, what do you think my ego became like after that? It was crazy. It was crazy. There's a reason I needed 18 months in that grade. I had to start to believe it was never going to happen for me.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, I'm watching Brother, Sun, Sister, Moon all the time, returning to basic things like just daily prayers and minimalizing my work. I'm not doing like SIRPs every day, and I start to just paint murals around the temple, like of Harpocrates and stuff, even though, like I started to like, people were like, you're like changing. And I didn't understand how I was changing, but it had to do with accepting some of these old, outmoded, old-fashioned ideas of you're not the boss, because it does emulate the nature of the universe and of life and death. And that does affect change. And there is an element of this alchemical pressure cooker we have to put ourselves through if we really want to change. And it's not because we're better or greater than anyone else, right? If you need humility, well, there's a reason we read the penitential psalms before so many rituals. And go read the penitential psalms out loud, meaning every single word with all your heart and soul. And in 20 minutes from there, if you haven't had like a complete breakdown, well, then maybe you're actually ready to practice Solomonic magic or Enochian magic or some serious operation. But just doing that is going to fuck you up. Big time. Big time.
Yeah.
I promise you, it will. And you don't have to be Christian or Jewish or anything. Like, the words are beautiful. They're psalms. And they take you through everything from life to death. And I think that's what Westcott was talking about when he's giving this pompous talk with too many commas to these members who are disobedient and saying, oh, I think I should be an adept. It's like, chill the fuck out. Learn a lesson. The people teaching you that lesson are not perfect, but they're trying to help you experience something similar to that they got to go through, and that's it. Then we are all going to die.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said. Well put.
Eleutheria, anything on your mind? Oh, I think you might have froze up there.
He's like, not really.
No.
I think maybe he's muted. I don't know.
I can't hear.
Oh yeah, I am too.
Okay.
No, that was beautiful. Nothing to add. Yeah, just listening and enjoying it at the moment.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I was in Portal in grade 12. I went into Portal in grade 12. That means age. I just turned 18. Not 12 years old, dear God.
Not 12 years.
Come on.
Can you imagine a 12-year-old Portal?
That's not a thing. That's
what's interesting, and I'd be interested to see. You know how the beginning of the Stella Matutina 5=6 starts.
Yeah.
That has a lot to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
This demanding grades thing. That's quite interesting, actually. That rung a bell for me.
And before my 5-6, they gave me a cell phone, sent me over to the truck stop a few blocks away at 10 at night, and said, go outside, don't tell anyone why, and beg for as much money as you can get.
Oh, wow.
And I had to do that for like 7-8 hours till someone came and got me at 6 a.m. to start my 5-6 initiation. I got $75, $76. Apparently I have a record for the most change bummed. But guys would come out and be like, this is my only $5. I can't afford this, but I'm giving it to you because you need it more. I was in tears by the end. Like, that was like a crazy preparatory thing that a lot of people shit on who have read the emails and heard about some of the things we added to things. But like, I was so glad that I got to go through that because it was super fucked up. but it taught me something a lesson that I never thought was even possible to learn. And then I got to go into a box for 3 days before 5/6. So it was rough, but it worked.
Last question.
Sky, hold on. If you, I'm telling you, if we end the night on a semen question, I'm not going to be too friendly. If that's how we're going out, talking about, I don't know, does the ammo leave the cartridge? You're asking the wrong guy. I'll tell you that much.
We've got this one. Are you familiar with Samuel Onnor's bio and the science? Oh, I think I just talked about this with Frater Eleftheria, but not the energism. That might be what the other guy's talking about. I don't know. But
yeah, I don't know about the energism. But Samuel on View, yeah, I can comment on that. I was in a group that studied his stuff for a few years actually. And there's some good stuff in there, and there's some people in those groups that are really serious about the spiritual work. But look, there's a lot of culty stuff in there in those groups as well. So yeah, I don't know what else to say to that really. Yeah, just you could learn the same things from Theosophy. You could learn the same things from Rosicrucianism. Yeah, that's it.
Indeed. Frater RC, any last thoughts?
On semen?
Sure, why not?
No. No, I mean, keep them in the boat unless you hit an iceberg. Dragging, I don't know. I don't know what else to respond to other than dragging you into the mud. What do you want to know, Sky?
Oh, just in general. I mean, we're coming up on 3 hours right now, so I figure leave the audience on.
I think we're coming up on 4 hours.
Yeah, we're coming up. We're like over 4 hours, Sky. I don't know what.
Really?
What are you like in the Twilight Zone? What times are you?
I think my clock might be wrong. Okay, yeah. Just last thoughts, closing thoughts, anything at all. You could
Well, let me shout out Enochian Con again, Austin, Texas, November 6th or something like that. Go to arcaneresearchsociety.com/2026 because Ike will be there, lecturing, teaching, doing magic. Scott Michael Stenwick, Dr. Al Cummins, so many other legends are going to be there. Frater Eleftheria may actually, box himself into a Amazon box and ship himself to North America, and he'll be there. Nice. And it's all happening. So go there. We got early bird sign up happening still. Sign up. Subscribe to everyone's YouTube channels. Hit the like button. Smash that comment section. And thanks for having me. It's been just such a fun night. And we don't hang out. The social world has collapsed since COVID in my universe. I still see my friends like once a month, but so it's great to be here and get to have these fun times with other people who share my interests. Like if we had this in the 90s, holy shit, I would not have had. I don't think I ever would have been depressed. So I know they say all this stuff's bad for kids, but like, dear God, if there had been shit like this for me to watch and connect with people like you guys back then, life would have been infinitely better. So thanks for all being in my life.
I'll take that compliment.
Yeah, and thank you all.
Eleftheria, what do you got?
Can you imagine if we'd all been in high school together? That would have been fucked up.
Oh,
no way.
I feel that way about so many people.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys probably wouldn't have liked me in high school. I was a little. Well, I guess that's no surprise, but
I think we all were.
Yeah.
Eleftheria, last thoughts? Anything
I'll
you
take
want to throw
it.
out there?
The peanut gallery. I'd always rather.
Yeah. Last thoughts. I did the 90-day no-fap challenge. No, just kidding. Not going there. Yeah, it's been great talking to you all. And, yeah, we've got to do it again sometime.
Hey man, do you want to tell people where they could find you and your channel and all that?
Yeah, go to
In case they're
lifting
not
the
watching on your channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, where do we find the famous one of us?
Sorry,
Nothing.
the famous ones. Yeah. Okay.
No, man, you blew up. It's so great. When you started your channel, I was terrified that you'd be like suppressed. Same as you, Sky. I'm like, when I see channels like surpass mine, I'm just like, thank God it, because like my dread is that I will be they'll do what they've done to my channel and my presence online to everyone. And I know, Ike, you're also suppressed. I mean, a lot of us they put us in what they call a big room, which means like there's a limit to how big any video you do or anything can go. You might think, oh, this is taking off, then done, then it just drops off. That's what shadow banning is in one of its ways. And I've been told this by Google guys that I've called, because you can talk to YouTube people. You just have to, as long as you have a Google Ads account, they will talk to you and they'll tell you what's up. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do wonder myself, because I mean, the last year or so, with the exception of something artificially making the numbers swell like that, it does feel like it's not. My videos aren't being promoted as much as they should be. And I've certainly noticed it happening in the short term when I talk about certain topics, like a forum that is economic and it is based around the world. We all know it. So,
Nice way of putting it.
yeah, but hopefully we can all keep spreading the truth and getting the word out there. And yeah, my YouTube channel is Lifting the Lamp, so go check out Lifting the Lamp on YouTube and subscribe, please. Thanks.
Right.
I'm glad we didn't get too lost in like politics and global happenings and all that nonsense.
That would have been fun too, though.
I mean, no, it all it's all happening and it does have to be discussed, but it's all the time, and it's so nice to get a relief from that and talk about Proclus and Iamblichus and all these other Greek guys that you know so well. Like, it's just such a nice break from the hullabaloo.
Yeah, you got to focus on what you can control, and I think people that aren't tuned into the inner cosmos, to put it kind of new agey, it's all about little tiny social things, where you spend your money and all that stuff, and that factors into it. But at the end of the day, we guys like us, people like us, we need to revert to these topics, because the work happens inside me, and that's the first place where it happens, but yeah, I'm glad we didn't devolve down too much of a political rabbit hole too. But it's wonderful to be with you guys. I mean, Friday, I see every time I talk to you, it's talking to like a war buddy, like somebody I've known my whole fucking life. It's fantastic. You got a great sense of humor. You're a brilliant human being. Sky is incredible, because if he didn't do this, and he does stuff like this all the time, where he's just bringing people together and, behind the scenes and in front of the curtain. It always goes some way. If he finds people that are going to vibe, he brings them together. And I'm a tough customer, because I typically, I'm a New Yorker by lived there for 30 years. I don't trust anyone I don't like anyone until you give me a reason to like you. So it's, Sky's got to kind of cajole me into meetings and stuff like this, and it really works out, and that's kind of his brilliance in being able to keep things interesting. And Frater Eleftherior, what a pleasure to finally meet you, dude, and I really love everything that you had to say, truly, and I really hope that you'll come on the show, and we can dive a little bit more into your background and your history. I know these two guys have had you on, but I'm just Ike, doing my thing out here. It's flapping in the wind. You guys can partake or nay, take it or leave it. But that's me. Check me out, IkeBaker.com.
Oh, and another reason to come to EnochiaCon is Ike is actually gonna play guitar and drums in the EnochiaCon band.
I am.
Which we'll come up with a name for. Yeah, we've got a full lineup of presenters who are also pro musicians. Like P.D. Newman on guitar is fucking sick guitarist.
Oh, and
Genuine.
actually, because I went.
He'll be there.
Yeah, I'll play
playing
the.
guitar.
I'd love to play the drums and guitar with Danny. We've jammed a little bit, like.
I'm hoping Joseph Peterson will be there as well on the fiddle and Irish hand drum.
That'd be fucking cool.
I mean, yeah.
Let's do it.
All right.
Sweet.
I want to
Thanks.
give a shout out before we drop off. The Lumina Institute. Two good friends of mine, both amazing alchemists. I have to just, if anybody's interested in learning operative alchemy, check out their website. I'll put a link in my description of my channel. But they're opening up courses. I think the first, I don't know. They're giving a class for free or something like that. But Daniel is just one of my all-time favorite humans on the planet, and he just knows his stuff so well. Taylor Doretti is amazing as well. Anyway, just it was important for me to direct people, if they are interested. Their classes are going to be where you want to go for anything alchemical in the operative sense. As for the rest, you can find me Philosophical Minds podcast, or check out the Etherica podcast. I'm starting to post some more videos to the YouTube. Me and
That's
Ike
basically
Matt
just Sky riling me up for 3 hours. It's great. It's hilarious.
instigating them the whole time. But it's good. So yeah, this was amazing, and love you guys, and
you,
until next time.
Cheerio.
All right. Thanks all.
Peace.